Welcome everybody from Spanish Fork. We're just ready to start our Planning Commission
This conference will now be recorded.
For May 6th, 2020. This is our second virtual meeting. Our first one went off pretty well, actually. So we're excited about this one, and we've got a full agenda. We will get started with Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to ask the presenter to put a flag up on the screen if you can see it. And I'll start us off with the Pledge of Allegiance. Here we go. Okay. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic
for
which it stands
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and
justice for all.
Okay, that was not perfect, but it was recorded. So anyway, thank you. We've got a little bit of housekeeping where this is a virtual meeting. I'm just going to apologize from reading from a script here, but this is just some general information of the meeting. This meeting is being recorded. Video will be attached to the meeting minutes online in our meeting portal. All participants must sign in with their name, just as attending the meeting in the council chambers. Those wishing to speak during the meeting or an advertised public hearing must be viewable to the group. So if you're going to talk, we're asking that you've got a camera and we'll be able to see you. You'll want to download the app on your mobile device or laptop with a camera. We are using GoToMeeting for our questions. We're not using Facebook for any of the questions. So you'll need to go to meeting. Comments placed in the chat area will not be entered into the public record. This area is reserved for those wishing to get in line for the public comment. Chat box should not be used like a Facebook forum where personal opinions or logs people are speaking. Okay, we've got some additional rules once we get into the public hearing portion that I'll review with everyone. So start off with, we've got minutes to review for March 4th and April 1st. And I'll just ask if any of the commissioners want to make a motion to accept those, or if there's any questions about the minutes.
Make a motion that we approve the minutes for March 4th and April 1st.
I second.
Got a motion and a second. All agree?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Our first item is a zone change. It's listed as a public hearing. We actually had a public hearing last month when we decided to table it. Historically, we kind of give the benefit to the public, and I'm going to go ahead and allow a small amount of time for a public hearing. We may keep it limited because we already did have a public hearing. So I'm going to ask Brandon Snyder to represent the staff and kind of review where we're at with this. And I'm not sure if we'll end up hearing from the developer on this one or not. Brandon, do you know if the developer's on the meeting as well?
Yes, I believe JC Smoot, the applicant, is available. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So as Chairman Brad Tanner mentioned, this is continued from our April 1st Planning Commission meeting. The item was heard at that time, public hearing was held, good feedback and comments were taken. The Planning Commission then did make the decision to continue the item, and there was homework that was given to the applicant and to staff. Just to remind everybody, those items were one, the applicant was tasked with holding an additional neighborhood meeting, which has been done. Second was provide some CCNRs for the Planning Commission to review, as well as the neighborhood. That has been done. I have had a chance to look through those, and will allow the applicant to speak to those in a little bit. They do closely match the CCNRs that were recorded with the first phase. Oh, sorry, Mike, can you pull up the image for this item? From the slides, sorry. And then let's go one more screen, please. Thank you. So what this item is the combination of a zone change and then the preliminary plat. So this is phase 2, which you can see highlighted there on the left and right images, just below the Spanish Fork Reservoir. The third item that the Planning Commission tasked staff and the applicant with was to further look at the bus stop and pedestrian route options that are located down at the bottom of the hill. The fourth item was to look at options as far as traffic safety and vehicle speeds. The applicant was asked to make a swap as far as the phasing plan goes, moving the Spanish Oaks Drive improvements to an earlier phase instead of phase 3, which we have received an updated phasing plan that accomplishes that. And then the applicant was asked to continue to address red lines, review comments with staff. And I believe Mike Clark with engineering brought up a geotechnical and hillside requirement. My understanding is that is still in progress.
Brandon, I want to interrupt. There's a lot of background noise. I'm wondering if it's possible to mute everyone but you.
I just muted everybody. Please do not unmute your microphone unless you're speaking.
Sorry, I was muted as well. So once again, the request is for a rezone from the R130 zone to the R115 zone, and then as well as preliminary plat approval for the second phase, which as proposed constitutes 40 residential lots. I won't necessarily go back through all the history that we discussed last meeting as far as the first phase and the improvements and other contributions from the developer to the city, and then the lapse in the approval and construction of phase 2. This was reviewed, and we still have the recommendation that it be approved, and there are the conditions listed in the staff report. One, that the developer enter into a development agreement with Spanish Fork City. 2, that the applicant meet the city's zoning requirements and construction standards. And then 3, that the applicant addresses any red line review comments. Is there any questions for staff at this time, or would you like to speak with engineering as far as some of the efforts the city made on the homework given to us, or we can turn some time over to the applicant to address the neighborhood meeting and the CCNRs and other progress that has been made on their end?
I'll just mention also to the public that the commissioners did go up and do we call it a field trip, but we went up to the reservoir and spent probably an hour up there and looked over the area. We wanted to get a good feel of the geography and some of the roads and some of the concerns. So I just want to let the public know that commissioners did do little bit of extra homework on this. There was some comments about the bus stop. I know came up. We had some ideas. I'm not sure if we want to add some of those ideas to some recommendations, but there were some good ideas on that bus stop. One thing I would like to hear from maybe engineering is traffic came up a lot and speed. So Brandon, is there somebody maybe could talk about those two things?
Yeah, I can talk to that, unless Brandon has something before that. No? Okay. So one of the things we're asked to look at was speeds along that road, as well as the impact of adding those additional houses up there compared to the road that will be built. The road's already there, but it'll be widened, I guess. I asked for both items on the agenda tonight, Ryan Hales with Hales Engineering to be present to answer questions as well as provide his insight. He's on this call, and Ryan, I'll have you jump in here in a second. I'm just going to present one or two quick things as a follow-up to last meeting. And Ryan, you can talk about just in general the impacts as a third party, what you see this development doing to the area, as well as ideas you may have. I'm just going to bring this screen up and let me know if you can or can't see it. So there's a sign, a flashing sign. Sorry for all my spreadsheet stuff there. Up to the top, as you come down off the Reservoir Hill, there's a flashing sign. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. This is over a week or so, kind of looking at the speeds. Your average speed that sign took in, over 44,000 cars or whatever it was. You kind of see during different times of day, there's lower speeds, higher speeds, etc. Your 85th percentile was 26%, so there's only 15% of cars that went higher than that, which is actually, given we do lots of these studies, is actually pretty decent on the speed. It's right at basically the speed limit. 25 miles an hour is about here. The other thing we did that wasn't currently happening is your sign counts up to, unfortunately, what people look for is a high score, as we've seen papers taped saying high score 62 on several of them throughout town. So we've gone to all of them through town and yours and lowered the speed threshold so it will flash or stop flashing. It won't do anything once you get above 40, but it will still record the speed. So we did a before and after and found at least a 50% reduction in the people going above 45. So the incentive of kids coming out of the reservoir or whatnot to go fast to get a higher number on the board from a week to another week was significantly decreased by doing that pretty easy change. So that was encouraging. So as far as speeding goes, we just, the data doesn't really show, not that it doesn't happen. There's obviously 15% that go higher than this red line. But as a general, we usually see people around the 30s in studies we do here, and this one was lower than that. So that's encouraging. I can talk about the bus stop, or Brad, or if you want to have Ryan jump in and talk about the other general impacts of traffic up here.
Yeah, let's go with Ryan.
Ryan, do you have a microphone on your computer? Okay, well, you might need to call in or plug in a mic. It doesn't say that you have a mic there. So I'll let you know if we can hear you, but as of right now, I can't. So let's go to the bus stop while we're waiting. One of the concerns, let me pull up a map here, just to review if there's someone who wasn't present. Let me zoom in here. Was the existing concern, and Ryan, if you want to try phoning in, there should be a phone number on the link if your laptop mic's not working. An existing issue down here where the buses have limited space to drop off kids and have parents pick them up to come up the hill, with that grade being in excess of what Nebo School District will allow buses to come up. The idea was, how do we make this a better parking area? So we spent some time surveying it, getting some lines drawn in, looking at different options with the space we currently have without doing a larger project or trying to acquire land from some of these folks. And this, let me zoom in down here. We're limited on either side by fencing and large oak brush for the more simple solutions in the full construction project. This is one that was presented to city management and was found favorable. Let me zoom in. Again, this is just one of the ideas, not set in stone, but this would be a pretty easy one that was asked to be presented to the Planning Commission. Getting some angled parking. Again, the bus would have to stop in Powerhouse Road, which it does stop on the travel lanes all the time. People can pull in here, and then when their children are inside the car, they can back out the Powerhouse Road and be able to pull out. So it may include some asphalt, some additional road base, some striping, but overall, generally a pretty simple way to kind of organize the parking. So I don't know if the Planning Commission has any questions on that.
I've got just a question. So there's no way, there's nothing to put this stop on the other side of the road. Those kids are still gonna have to cross the road if they're trying to get there.
I mean, if they walk down Spanish Oaks Drive.
If they were to walk, yeah. I don't know how many do, but if they were to walk, that's not a walk that I would want my kid.
Yeah, there's no sidewalk. And just to review that one real quick, I don't know if I can get rid of my Google guy here. There's a canal that crosses right here. And that crossing by order, I guess, of the Bureau of Reclamation says we cannot widen it. So, and then obviously off this side, it's pretty steep. So it's a pretty significant cost, as well as we just have rules, regulations, whatever you want to call it, that the Bureau won't let us widen this section at all. So on one side, you have pretty significant hillside, and on the other side, you have the downslope as well. So constructing that sidewalk was recently reviewed by the City Council as few as a month ago, 2 months ago. And it was, again, not given a go-ahead to pursue that option at this point.
Okay, good to know. Thanks.
You asked the question, what does it look like down here? So this is the opposite side. Again, not our property. It'd be needing to be a purchase or some sort of easement given, and then retaining walls built to create parking there. Where here, you can see a water line project going in currently, well, at the time the picture is taken. But this land was already designated for this use, so trying to maximize it without being too heavily involved with Strawberry water users, and there's government property involved here too. So again, a suggestion, there are more larger projects that could take place. This is something that can be implemented pretty quickly, and I think it would provide some parking there. The other overflow options are, there's quite a bit of land down here that we couldn't probably call permanent stop without a lot of participation from Strawberry, but it would be an overflow option. And then there's a decent shoulder if kids needed to walk back along it to get to that spot. So look like, so there's some room down there as well. So that's been presented to the city engineer and public works director and parks and a few other department directors, and this has been the overall consensus of the best option at this point.
So that gives you 9 stalls. That's got to be an improvement over what they have now, and it also would reduce congestion around their mailbox, which I believe John brought up was a concern also.
Yeah, and we've also talked, winter was another issue, you know, plowing, you usually get a windrow of snow out in front. It also diminishes parking. We've talked to our plow guys, and as it gets closer, we will talk to them again. Obviously, we're a little ways from snow now, but to make sure they plow a good, decent spot for cars to pull off. And if it's not enough, we do have the option. There's some oak brush here. I think that would be pretty easy to get permission to maybe put down some base and clear out some of that thicker brush. Sorry, I'll flip around here again. In this spot here. As you can see, it does tail off the edge here pretty quickly, so there's not a large amount of space to do a full parking lot. So, but yeah, 9 stalls is quite an improvement, I think. Right now, I think they pull in parallel, which only gets 4 cars or so. Where this would get 9. So
the city's taken this on themselves to alleviate a problem because of the congestion at the bus stop.
we haven't
Last
committed
meeting.
to saying we will do it. It may be something the developer and maybe help with. It wouldn't be a high cost, but we were wanting to help in any way we could. So we did we'll call the engineering, but the drawing of it, the conceptual, we did about 6 different iterations of it to try and see, could we clear out some more space, move mailboxes, different things. But overall, this seemed the cheapest and best return on the investment. Now, who participates in actually constructing it, that hasn't been decided.
It's a sticking point to me to be adding more families, more houses to this neighborhood, more use of that bus stop, and without it being improved. And so I think, we want to add more to that. I think the city, I know it's not the developer's land, I know it's not the city's land, but the developer could help. It's not going to be a huge cost item to prep that area. If that could be something, there's some assistance given, that helps alleviate my concerns, or one of my concerns, for the ask the developer's coming to the city with.
Is the developer on board here? Could he maybe just chime in and see if he'd be verbally okay with participating?
This is Scott Kerr. I'm one of the developers. I think there's a proportionality issue here that I think we're certainly willing to pay our share, understanding that we've already donated $50,000 for that thing up top. We've donated 2.5 acres for the gun club, and so long as there's a proportionality there, I think we're, I don't know what amounts you're talking is. It's hard to say, but I think if everybody participates, depending on what the amount is, I can't make a full answer there.
Okay, and we haven't necessarily required that, although as we get to vote on this and make a recommendation or not, it may come up as a recommendation to city council. So anyway, it's nice to hear that much of your viewpoint. Thank you.
Well, I find it interesting that we're asked to resolve something that isn't even on our development land. I mean, that is very unique. I've never, when it first came up in our thing, when it first came up, in the discussion, they were discussing doing something that is totally off-site that we have absolutely no control of, and expecting the concern would be in expecting us to shoulder that burden, which everybody should be participating in.
Yes, and it sounds like that would probably be the spirit of it.
Yeah.
So, we appreciate your comments about your donations and things that's happened. This just happens to be one of the things that came out in the public hearing. Quite a bit of concern. You're right, the problem is already there, but I think you'd probably also agree that these additional properties could add. So,
well, and I understand that, and like I say, everybody's always very willing to donate to volunteer somebody else's money, but as long as it's proportional and fair, we're okay.
Okay, thank you for that.
Brad, can I just chime in for a second? Generally, we would not require anything from them off on the property that does not belong to them or will not be purchased by them. So as part of your motion, whatever it's going to be, I would strongly suggest you do not add that portion to it. If they want to help out the city when we go to do something to help the residents out, that's fine. But legally, we could not, unless it's part of the agreement.
Okay, Jason, thank you for that. That being said, do we even need to talk about this bus stop? Is it out of our hands?
Mr. Chairman, if I can maybe weigh in on that for a second. There are two different components to the proposal that's being made tonight. One is an administrative act, and we have specific rules that are followed when you're considering, for example, the subdivision proposal. And certainly we're limited in several different regards relative to what a city can require with that particular action that you're being asked to take. Also, there's a zone change involved. That's a legislative act. I don't believe it's necessarily uncommon, although I can't think of many situations in the immediate past where we have required things offsite of developers in connection with a legislative act, like a zone change, but certainly it's within the council's purview to require offsite improvements if they think that is an important part of dealing with any impact that the development might create, such as what we're talking about here with the parking at the bus stop. So I think that's worth keeping in mind.
Understanding though, Dave, I think, this is Scott Kerrigan. Let me put my face up here. Sorry to subject you to that. I think you have to be careful about a proportionality issue there. I mean, understand we want our residents to be safe. We want our residents to have safety in there, but I don't think it's legal or that you can require that we bear an inordinate burden that goes more than what our impact to the system is. I mean, that's the whole issue of impact fees. And so while we want things to be safe and things like that, everybody that has an impact on that use should be involved in it. And I think it's unreasonable and illegal and unfair to expect us to carry that burden.
I would just
I understand your belief.
that not be part of it. Let us work that out with the developer. If the time comes and we need to do that, then we can do that. But until then, I would say that the zone change itself and the preliminary plat should just go forward one way or another, without that portion of it. There is a development agreement in place or proposed that does not address anything with that. It does address the other stuff within their development, including access to the reservoir, additional parking, the additional land that's being donated to the city for additional parking in the reservoir area. But that's as far as they are bound to do if this were to go through and be passed by, or recommended by you and passed by the city council.
Well, I would suggest then that we no longer talk about the bus stop. Sounds like it's another issue. So commissioners, is there any questions for staff or the developer before we go into public hearing, hear any short comment?
I have a question about the lot sizes. The motion or the proposal is to change to R115, and there are several lots in the development that are smaller than the 15,000 square feet minimum, and that just feels I know that it was developed in a whole neighborhood proposal. I'm new at this, so my terms are not there, but it just feels a little bit disingenuous to me if we're already shrinking the size of the lots, approving that to have the minimum be 15,000 square feet, but then there are several that are around 12,000 that are less than the 15,000 square feet. So I'm wondering if there's how much, if there's a way that they could all of them could be the minimum, at least the minimum of 15,000 square feet.
Along with that, this is Kevin. Does anyone know, developer or the city, what the average lot size, buildable lot size is in this development? You take all of the lots, what's the average buildable size?
Now, obviously, that's a number that we can provide, even if we have to do some relatively quick math right here. I'm looking at the developer's plans. That should be on the plan someplace, but we'll work on getting that for you here as quick as we can.
Yeah, Dave, if you look, this is Greg Magleby. If you look at the front cover, it should have minimum, maximum, and average, I believe. Can we scroll down? I think if we can see the front page or the front cover of the development plan.
It's not on the submittals that we've received, but like I said, we can do some quick math. Greg, if you have access to that, it'd be great to pull it up.
Yep, I can pull that up while we're talking. Any other topic?
I think it's also important to point out that in phase one, I think there were only 6 or 7 lots that were even a true R130 size, and that were actually over 30,000 square feet. So when you think of the development as a whole, as an actual master plan development, when it was originally approved, you have to kind of take those overall things into consideration. And I think we have probably 5 lots in this one that are over even the R130 zoning.
Yeah, if we can zoom over the little tabulation box on the right hand side there. I'm trying to multitask way too many things here, but so the density, total lot area, if you can zoom in there, that's the total lot area, and we just divide by the number by 41 or 40. So there we go. So the total lot area, 16.98 acres. Divided by 40. The average is 18,491 square feet.
Great, thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
Brad, I don't know if that answers Shauna's concern though. I mean, Shauna, does that, answering Kevin's question, kind of went over the top of what your concern was? Did your concern get resolved there?
Well, there's still several lots that are smaller than the 15,000 square feet, and it just, I don't know. I'm new with the master plan development, but these are big, nice homes, and it feels like they should be on at least a 1/4 acre lot. I'm not sure how to resolve it except to say, it'd be great if they could all be that size.
And Dave, maybe you could address a little bit of the lot sizing requirement in these types of plans. I mean, there's some flexibility up and down from from the straight 15,000 square foot requirement that would be in a standard zone. And so, in these types of units, and we've been very careful to try to accommodate, the larger home potential here, because each of the colored boxes you see on the plan is 4,000 square foot of buildable area. And that's a requirement. We have to show at least a minimum of 4,000 square foot buildable. So in each of these, I mean, they can accommodate very, very large homes. The slopes are not infringing on the 4,000 square foot building footprint. And so these could all accommodate extremely high-end homes if need be.
And I'd be happy to weigh in on that as well, just from kind of maybe a procedural standpoint. Whether or not a project gets approved as a master plan development is entirely up to the discretion of the city council. That's to say they could change the zoning to R115 and require that the property be developed as a standard subdivision, meeting all of the lot width and depth and size requirements that come into play with the R115 zone. So whether it's minimum lot size or lot configuration or street alignment or any of those different types of things, truly the city council ultimately has discretion as to how a project gets approved. We would say that by right, the only thing that a developer or property owner is entitled to is to have a standard subdivision approved. And again, that's where the absolute minimums come into play. So that's something that the commission might want to consider in terms of a recommendation that you would make relative to the lots that we're looking at here. I think the only thing that maybe is a little bit unique, it's not uncommon for us in master plan developments to see lots that are maybe 10, 20% smaller than the typical minimum for any one zoning district. There are some lots here that are rather narrow that kind of plays into a question that came up in the last meeting. One of the neighbors that commented during the public hearing asked about the types of homes that could be that would fit, maybe could be fitted on the lots in the development. Typically lot width is the thing that dictates the type of home and the style, at least of home, that a lot could accommodate. So aside from those lots that have that narrower width, I think each of the lots here could accommodate very sizable homes, 3-car garages, different things of that nature that you might expect to see in a fairly high-end neighborhood.
Yeah, and I think one thing to consider when we look at the lots on the south end, the ones that are narrower, those came about with the request to move Osprey Way against the reservoir property, because originally this was designed with lots that would have backed up onto the reservoir, and Osprey would have been further north, and so the lots would have been wider. And right now we're basically building a single frontage road on the south side as access into the reservoir area and the parking lot. And so the configuration of those lots changed to accommodate that move. And if you look back at some of the much earlier versions, the northern end stays almost exactly the same, and it's the southern end that changes and those lots narrow and change configuration.
Okay, thank you for that. So commissioners, you can digest that and weigh it in on how we end up making our recommendations further in this meeting. I think what I'd like to do is go ahead and go into a public hearing.
Right. Real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt. It looks like Ryan, the traffic engineer, does have his mic. Would you like him to wait to comment until after public comment, or do you want him to jump in now?
I'm not sure what Ryan was going to say.
He's the traffic engineer. He's gonna get on earlier about. So either way,
Let's go ahead with Ryan.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Sorry about the technical difficulties. A subdivision like this, I think Michael's done a great job of explaining the 85th percentile speeds. But when we look at speeds, the 85th percentile is typically where we post a roadway. So being fairly close to that speed limit and the 85th percentile speed, although there may be occasional speeding on the road, I think Michael's spot on in the sense that it doesn't appear that we have a speeding problem based on all the measurements that were taken. They were taken across a 24-hour period and even extended a little bit longer. And looking at that data set, I think I feel fairly confident in saying that speeding does occur on occasion, but generally speaking, the 85th is low and where we want that to be. In addition, when you look at a 40-lot unit residential subdivision, it would generate about 40 trips during that evening peak hour, about one trip per unit. And about 60% of those are inbound and about 40% are outbound during that time period. That would mean basically 24 trips utilizing these roads. And they would use Spanish Oaks as well as Eagle Drive and Fairway Drive to get down back into town. So it would split in two different directions possibly, or at least some traffic would go each direction. But 24 trips puts one trip about every 2 minutes on the roadway. So it's a pretty sparsely populated type development. It's not overly dense for this area. And it does seem to fit pretty well within the traffic that we've recorded up there. So the traffic volumes do work. The roadway capacity is sufficient to handle these additional trips. The speeding is kind of what it is. The 85th percentile is right on. So we feel pretty good about the development and where it sits. If speeding does continue to be a problem, there are some other passive forms of traffic calming that we might be able to go through. That might include something like restriping the road, striping more narrow type travel lanes where you've got a center solid yellow line and then you've got shoulder stripes pushed in. So the travel lanes are around 10 to 11 feet, somewhere in that range. That's something that we would look at in more of a hierarchical level. As far as we're concerned right now, it doesn't appear that there's a speeding problem, so I wouldn't even recommend doing the striping unless it becomes a continued problem or worsens. Commissioners, I believe that's all I wanted to add. Any questions that I might be able to address?
Thank you, Ryan. That was helpful. Appreciate that from both you and Mike. Again, we're going to go into a public hearing. We met last month and everybody had a chance to talk, so I am going to limit it to 3 minutes and I'm going to limit it to 5 people if we even have 5 people that want to talk. So Kim, I'll ask you to kind of monitor that. Let me just mention a couple of things that I need to read about a public hearing. Before speaking, activate your camera. All participants should have their cameras enabled, especially while speaking. We will unmute you as you are called. We will mute you again when you finish. This is similar to standing in the microphone in the council chambers or planning commission meeting. Those wishing to speak will have 3 minutes to speak. Please keep your eye on the timer. Please don't be repetitive. Has been made or expressed. It does not need to be repeated multiple times. So follow those guidelines. We're now in a public hearing.
There's no comments or public members wishing to comment on this development per what's listed in the chat boxes.
Thank you, Kim. We'll give it just a couple of more minutes here in case somebody needed those directions. Probably have the chats, Kim, for the probably the next item later in the agenda, I would think.
Yeah, that's all that they are for.
Okay.
Oh, I have somebody that would like to make a comment. Let me find him. Okay, Dennis, I've gone ahead and unmuted you. So you'll need to unmute your microphone, Dennis, and then you can speak to this item.
Okay, thank you. Didn't want this one to go having nobody say anything. That's no fun. Just one comment as I've been listening about this new development. I wonder, and I'm sure it's been covered, but what kind of things are happening regarding noise ordinances with the gun range? Are the neighbors that move into this subdivision going to be upset every night because the gun range is running till 10 o'clock at night? And if so, what are their expectations and what's the gun range expectations for this development? That's all.
I think we'll answer any of these questions as we're in the public hearing. If I can get the commissioners and staff just to write notes for anything we need to address afterwards.
So did my comment come through okay? Did you hear me okay?
Yes, we did, Dennis. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing portion of this. Let's follow up on this gun noise. Brandon, is that someone, or Mike, somebody can speak to that?
The gun club has to abide by the city's noise ordinance. But as long as they're operating within the parameters that we have for regulating noise, they have a right to operate just like maybe a business would or any other land use in the community.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
This is John Mendenhall. I can answer that a little bit. I live on Eagle Drive. It's quite close to the gun range, and there really isn't that much noise. The same kind of sounds can be heard for quite a ways away, and inside the homes, we don't hear it at all. And so they're really quite a good neighbor in that regard. The noise has not been a problem, and I have not heard it discussed among the neighbors. So we're pretty comfortable with it.
Thank you, John. Commissioners, does any of you have any other questions that came up from our field trip or that we've talked about? Go ahead and speak now. If not, I'm going to ask that we have someone make a motion if they feel inclined.
One thing that we noticed, number one is that the CCNRs looked great. There was only one little technical thing, and that was the roof pitch was not quite up to the city standard. That's just a small thing. So it just needs to meet those requirements.
Brad, do we need to have two motions, one on the zone change and the other on the, on the preliminary plat?
I think we can make it in one motion,
Okay.
John. And then just keep in mind if there's any recommendations that you want to add to your motion on any of the things that we've talked about. But let's do it in one motion.
Okay. Well, without further discussion, I would make a motion that we recommend to the city council that the zone change be done and that the preliminary plat be approved.
Okay, we got
or
a
at
motion.
least, yeah. Actually, I guess the plat has also got to be recommended to the city council.
Got a motion from Commissioner Mendenhall. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we got a second from Commissioner Shanna. Sorry about the last name there, that was bad. Okay, this is a virtual meeting, so I'm just gonna do a roll call vote. Let's just one at a time. Well, no, yay, and then we'll do, see if there's any nays. So all in favor?
Aye.
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 Is
Aye.
there any opposed? Okay, hearing none opposed, it looks like this goes through to the city council. Dave, I guess they'll see this at their next meeting, and they'll also have an opportunity for a public hearing at that time, and the city council will make it. Is that correct, Dave?
Yeah, just for any neighbors that are maybe tuning in that want to keep track of the timing, we need a notice for a public hearing with the city council, so it'll be sometime after their next meeting.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, thank you, commissioners. Let's move on to item 4. We've actually got preliminary plats, 4 of these, and they're all, as Dave mentioned earlier, master plans. So as we hear and ask questions about these, we'll ultimately be making a recommendation or not to the city council. And none of these require a public hearing. I'm gonna turn the time over to Brandon, and we'll start with the Eagle Haven subdivision, I believe.
Thank you. So yes, first up is the Eagle Haven subdivision. Mike, if we can pull up the slide for this item, that would be great. The proposal is a 19 single-family home lot subdivision in a master plan development. It's currently zoned R115. There's no change as far as zoning goes. It's just over 9 acres in size. This was looked at by the DRC. There are findings and conditions that were listed in the staff report. The recommendation was that the preliminary plat be recommended for approval. One of the conditions that was added by the DRC, as it was discussed, was that the applicant comply with the standard setback requirements of the R115 zone. Are there any questions on this one, or Mike, do you have any engineering comments to add?
Comments from engineering.
Can you move to the next slide, Mike? So this is showing the layout. It's just to the east of Spanish Fork Parkway, to the south of Maple Mountain High School. And just a reminder, this one is a preliminary plat, and so there's no public hearing requirement for this item. Is there any questions or comments from the planning commissioners?
Brandon, since there's undeveloped area around the sides of this. It looks like the only access initially will be from that main road on the west side of the project for the beginning. Is that correct?
I believe that it depends on timing. And so on the screen, you can see to the right, it's labeled proposed Bridle Creek subdivision. That is actually the next item on the agenda. It's Park Meadows Estates. And the developers have been working together as far as coordination. But if for some reason Eagle Haven did move forward prior to the subdivision to the east, it would have a single access off of the drive, which by code we would allow this number of units off of a temporary single access point. So what Mike is displaying is the Park Meadows Estates subdivision on the right of your screen and Eagle Haven on your left.
So it's not tricky to line up here. But you can kind of see how they connect.
The road in the one on the right connects to 100 South. Okay.
Sounds like you've planned on a backup plan if the one to the east doesn't go in. So good. Commissioners, got any other questions? Go ahead and make comments. Otherwise, we could take a motion on this as well.
I don't have any comments. If none of the other commissioners do, I'll go ahead and make a motion.
I think John was talking about something. I don't know if he knew he was muted. John, did you have something to?
No, we're good. My only comment is that I wondered if there was anything that staff had that hasn't been discussed. It seems pretty straightforward to me, and I think that Commissioner Mitchell ought to go ahead and make his motion.
Then I'd just like to make a recommendation that the preliminary plat be recommended for approval based on the report findings and the conditions as outlined in the summary.
Okay, we've got a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Got a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Shauna, did you say something? No?
No.
I just said
Okay.
aye.
Okay, very good. So that one passed. Brandon, let's go on to item B, Park Meadows Estates. That's the next one you wanted to do.
Thank you. So this item is also a master plan development. As indicated, it's to the east of the project you just looked at. This one has 36 single-family home lots proposed, and it does have access off of 100 South. This one does have some similar conditions and findings to the previous item. This one is just over 17 acres in size. Mike, if we can advance to the next slide, that would be great. Subject property for this project is also the R115 zone. And so that is used as the base zoning as far as density is concerned. We did discuss a number of things with the DRC. Some of those are listed in red line comments that the applicant is currently working on. Some of those include infrastructure. There's a power line to the east of the project, and there's a power line that will run up the road. And so just making sure there's adequate clearance and easements for those. We do have an additional condition that the setbacks on this subdivision comply with the standard requirements of the R115 zone. We did have some comments that were passed on to the applicant that he's working on as far as making sure that the trail improvements for the trails that are called out in the city's master plan are met. And those comments have been provided. So the recommendation that's listed in the staff report does include the findings and conditions recommended by the DRC.
John, we're getting a lot of background noise through your microphone. Are you there?
I just muted him.
Okay.
Sorry, John.
You're good.
So, Brandon, on this one, we have 36 lots going in. And until if the coordination between them and Eagle Haven isn't, don't coincide together, they'd only have the one access coming in. Where is the limit that the city takes with having that one egress route for vehicles or access for emergency vehicles? What's the limit of lots that we allow for that?
That's a great question. So if it's a permanent single access, then the cap is 35. And if it's a temporary single access, then we allow 50. Both scenarios, they do have to provide any necessary turnarounds for public safety.
So Todd, on this one, the Eagle Haven is not part of this subdivision, so they would be capped at the 35. But where these are both being approved simultaneously, it may be something to look at allowing to go since they are going together. The only other condition you can put on it, I guess, is then if you do approve it and the other one doesn't happen, then that lot number 36 or one of them may not be plattable or buildable until that other one is done. The other thing about emergency vehicles, you can see the lot over here on the right, not the lot, the lane. One of the comments from DRC and engineering comments is that needs a turnaround. So they need to either get a hammerhead or turn around up here, or one of these lots might need to go away anyway. So that's something that hasn't been addressed yet, but it's been commented to them.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions from the commissioners? If not, we'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. Make a motion that we recommend for approval of the city council, the Park Meadows Estates preliminary plat, along with the findings.
Okay, that motion, he was complete with that, wasn't he, Kevin?
What was that, Brad?
Kind of broke up. You completed your motion.
Yes, I did. Say it again.
Very good. We've got a motion from Commissioner Euler. We have a second.
I second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Mitchell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed to this? Okay, motion carries. We'll go to item C on the preliminary plats. This is Maple Park Estates. If that's the next one you've got ready there, Brandon.
Thank you. So this item is actually just to the northeast of the last two subdivision plats that you looked at. The image that you see on your left is the current proposal. The image that you see on the right is the existing master plan development as it was approved a number of years ago. The applicant has developed most of the phases. He's down to the last phase, and ran into a hiccup as far as some property that he was trying to purchase from the railroad. The railroad has been slow and unresponsive as far as finalizing the sale of the property. And so he's hoping to move forward with replatting the preliminary plat to exclude that property so that he can develop the last phase. So overall, it was previously approved as a 95 lot single family preliminary plat. He's looking to replat that to 92 lots overall. This one is also a master plan subdivision. The base zoning for this property is the R112. We're looking at just over 35 acres in area. This one was discussed with the DRC, who passed it with a recommendation of approval after lengthy discussion as far as if there should be additional action or efforts put into coordination with the railroad. I believe the city is going to reach out through one of their contacts and see if they can get any sort of response. In the past, the railroad company has indicated they would be willing to sell it, but since then, as I've stated, have not been responsive. And so some of the things that were discussed is what could potentially be the use of the property and how it might develop if it's left out. The applicant will be putting in a masonry wall along the railroad tracks, and then there is a masonry wall along 100 South. And so his desire was to continue from 100 South due north to the railroad tracks in that southeast corner and just complete that side of the property in a wall. And so there wouldn't be necessarily any plans for a road extension or a connection to that piece of property. It would just have to develop on its own. Obviously, there was some concern from the DRC as far as maintenance or what that might end up being used for. Unfortunately, a lot of that is out of the developer's hands. And so he did request that the city consider moving forward. So the recommendation is that the proposed preliminary plat be recommended for approval. There are some findings and conditions that are listed in the staff report. The applicant is just addressing a few red lines with staff through the review process. And so we do have that listed as one of the conditions. Is there any questions for staff or engineering concerning this item?
That's unfortunate that he wasn't able to make headway with the railroad. Is this, Brandon, possibly going to be done in phases where, you know, if some communications was to happen and it got sold, that maybe that triangle would get filled in, or is you just kind of leave that behind at this point?
So you can barely make it out on the image on the left. There is a transparency that was given on the yellow shading. Majority of those lots to the north are already built out. And so the developer, my understanding, the bottom left corner was the most recent phase to be approved. That's currently under construction. And so the bottom right corner, where it comes to that triangular, railroad parcel, that is actually the last phase. And so throughout the earlier phases, he has been trying repeatedly to get a response to finalize the sale of the property.
Is that something staff would feel favorable if that was to take place?
I think the recommendation from the DRC after a lengthy discussion is positive in the sense that we would allow the applicant to amend the preliminary plat and move forward with the property that is under his control.
I see.
Is he losing any lots with the change?
He would be decreasing from 95 lots down to 92 lots.
But that is on his overall, the north section of this is already built out, and driving through there, that's built out.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's only this bottom, the southeast section of that we're discussing. Is that correct, Brandon?
Can you talk in any more detail as to what the DRC discussed with this piece of property and what options are? Because I hate to, it's so small, you obviously can't put a development in there, maybe a gas station, but I'd be curious to know what the DRC talked about.
One of the concerns that I think we have as staff, I think you're touching on it, is that if that property is not included somehow in this development, then it becomes really, really hard to use. The likelihood that it is poorly maintained in the future, I think is pretty high. Its development potential, you may be able to put one home there on the property. I think that probably would be best case scenario. The railroad, in my experience, isn't necessarily, well, I'd say they don't have a really good track record for taking care of properties like this. So we were really, really excited at the idea that Arrive could purchase this property and include it in the development. And I think initially with the conversations that they had with the railroad, they were led to believe that that would happen, to the extent that the developer here invested in some environmental studies and appraisals and different things like that to try to be able to purchase the property from the railroad. They have not been able to have any kind of correspondence with the railroad now for nearly a year, which incidentally is similar to experiences that we as the city have had as we've tried to work things out with Union Pacific over the course of the past probably about 18 months. So I think to some extent, like the developer staff is kind of feeling like we've run out of options. If indeed the property can't be purchased, then I think we feel like it's time to move on. At the same time, I think there might be a little bit of hope that maybe with the new consultant on the project, we can rekindle some conversations with Union Pacific, and Mr. Snyder referenced that as part of the Development Review Committee's recommendation. But to be clear, we feel like it's time to allow the applicant to move forward with this last phase of the project. They've been, I think, very agreeable, and I think they're motivated to want to purchase that property and include it in this last phase of their development as well. So they've agreed to work with this, with a different consultant to see if, again, they might be able to put a purchase agreement together after all. So that's on the table, but should that fall through, staff's very comfortable recommending that this plat be approved in this amended fashion.
It looks like Dean may be able to address the railroad. He had a comment. If the planning commission is okay with him talking about it, he commented.
Sure. Yes, go ahead, Dean.
Is that okay? Just to give a little background, like I said, I've been working on it for a year. They originally were positive that, yeah, we can, well, when I say positive, they said, yeah, we might be able to do something there. And here's our process, get an environmental study, get an appraisal. We paid for all those. We sent them to them over 6 months ago, maybe even close to a year ago. And then they just went completely dark. They wouldn't even respond if they received it or any process. I did talk to them again about 2 months ago, finally, after, just dozens and dozens of emails and phone messages, because we are on our last phase. This is the next, the current one we have under construction. We're sold out of everything but the current one that's under construction. So we really need to be getting going on this. And I'm more than happy to, if the city can help, I'm more than happy to get in front of them. They have everything they need to make a decision, but I just can't make them make a decision and even respond. Like I said, when they did respond 2 months ago, when they answered their phone 2 months ago, he said, yeah, I need to do something with that, and I'll but nothing. I mean, then it went dark again. So I don't know if, I'd love if the city has something, because I do agree. I'd rather, I mean, we're paying the going rate and what the appraised amount is, and I think they would be fine with that. It's just you can't make them do anything. So if the city can push there, I think it would be better overall for the city. But then again, I can't keep holding this up without having any idea what, if or when or what. Especially after this long. It's been well over a year.
I just got a text from Jared with the city, who was put in charge by the DRC to kind of help figure this out. He says he has a meeting with them next week through the consultant that we've hired to help us out. So anyway, just to bring that information up.
And I think I've been invited. If I read the message right, I think I clicked. I may be in that meeting. So hopefully we'll keep our fingers crossed. I guess I think what we talked about in DRC is knowing that I'm willing to do that and slow this down if needed. I'd like to get a positive approval here and continue both paths, and whichever one we can work out. I'm more than happy to work with the railroad if they'll do something in a somewhat of a timely fashion. But if not, I really need to move on.
So what happens if we approve it tonight and then the railroad makes a decision, you're able to get your initial plot built? What's the process?
I would, so one, obviously this is a planning commission, so maybe it's something that we need to talk a little more about city council before it fully changes over, I would think. But, and even if it came in after that, if I hadn't started anything, I'll come right back in and redo this whole thing again. And for everybody, it's better to have it. I just don't know what to do. I don't have I lost, I guess, a little bit of faith in those guys that they'll be responsive, but maybe with Jared's help there and the city's help, they may be.
So I wonder if we hold off for a couple of weeks just to see what happens with this meeting. Dave, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, that's a great question. We contemplated that in the development review committee meeting, and it's a unique situation. So tell me if this does or doesn't make sense, but basically we recommend that this be approved as an option that the developer could follow if indeed here we're guessing over the course of the next couple of months. I think that's probably about how long it would take for us to have a good feel as to whether or not it's time to completely abandon the effort to have that railroad property included in the project. So if between now and then the council approved this, kind of as option B, and we were able to work things out, the intent of how we propose that the council approve that would be then that the developer could go back to the currently approved preliminary plat. And incidentally, just in terms of the steps that have to be followed, this is a preliminary plat approval. The applicant still would need to be able to, would still need to submit a final plat application, which right now that's probably taking 6 or 8 weeks to work its way through the process. So I think any way that things would shake out from a timing perspective, we're probably looking at July. So the idea simply would be to have either option ready for them to follow, given what has or hasn't happened with the airport. I'm sorry, with the airport, with the railroad by, probably sometime towards the end of June or the first part of July. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does. Thank you.
I think that makes a good sense. Thanks, Dean and Mike, for that. Dave, let me just reiterate here, since the first development has already been approved, we're looking to approve this option. Is it safe to say that we wouldn't have to meet again to go back to the original one that took place?
That's the intent, exactly the way you described it, yes.
Okay, great. That would make sense. Okay, commissioners, any other questions? If not, we'd entertain a motion on this.
No questions from me.
I don't have any.
Seeing no further discussion, I'd recommend, or I would make a motion that we recommend to the city council that the Maple Park Estates preliminary plat be approved.
Thank you, Commissioner Mendenhall. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Euler. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Is there any opposed on this issue? Okay, the motion carries. All right, we've got 3 of the preliminary plats done. We've got one more, item D. Brandon will talk about Capital Properties Warehouse.
Thank you. So this is the last item as far as preliminary plats go. This one's a standard subdivision. It's a non-residential subdivision. It's just to the north of the hospital site that's currently under construction. You can see it's there off of Canyon Creek Parkway and north of 1950 North. It's currently in our light industrial I-1 zone, and the applicant is just looking to divide the 15 acres into 2 parcels, as it's shown on the screen in front of you. This one was discussed by the DRC and was recommended for approval. And they do have a site plan that is pending that has been submitted and is in the review process as well to develop a warehouse on the southwest corner of the property, the southern lot. Any questions for staff or engineering on this item?
And maybe Chairman, if I can jump in, I need to correct myself about what I said earlier tonight. This is not a master plan development, so the Planning Commission is the land use authority on this item, and we're looking for you to either approve the request or deny it.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Anderson. Mike, could we zoom out a little bit on this just to get a little bit better perspective of the location to the hospital? And then, Brandon, did I hear you right that this has already kind of been approved, but they're asking to split it?
So what they did was they simultaneously submitted a site plan application as well as the subdivision application. The site plan is going through the review process quicker. And so they do have the ability, once the plat is approved and recorded, they could then pull the building permit for the warehouse once they've addressed any review comments or outstanding red lines.
Maybe that's worth just a little bit more description, just kind of by way of information for the commission. Like Brandon said, this property would be developed with fairly large, they're concrete tilt-up office warehouse buildings. The owner of the property now, the developer, has a few other projects along the Wasatch Front that they've developed that way. This area of the community really, we believe, is going to change considerably in future years with the opening of the hospital here this fall. Maybe if somebody could use their mouse, the cursor, to kind of show where the hospital is, it's just kind of off of what I'm able to see on my screen now to the south. So the hospital's in fairly close proximity to this property here. Yeah, you can see the footprint of the hospital project. One thing that I appreciate is that the developer of this property has suggested that they will do the development of their frontage along Canyon Creek Parkway last. I think that's great with the idea that quite possibly somebody's going to view that frontage as being attractive for a use that might be, we could say, maybe a little bit higher in terms of its value. Maybe some type of medical office building or something like that. But what they've proposed to construct now is consistent with the Industrial 1 zone. So that project's moving forward for the development of their first building there. And I think all in all, this is probably going to be the first sizable thing that we see constructed in that part of the community Probably the first thing of many that we'll see in just the next few years.
I have a question. If it's a big warehouse, what kind of vehicle, truck or big truck traffic is going to come through there, and how will that affect the thoroughfare and the traffic in the area?
I think there will certainly be some of that. The applicant doesn't yet have any tenants lined up. Maybe we could say for that first building. The buildings are constructed with overhead doors and certainly arranged to accommodate the types of turning radii and different things like that that large trucks, tractor trailers and so forth need to be able to navigate the site. I think this particular property's frontage that they have on 1950 North, right to the south of it, which really is a very, it's simply a short road. It doesn't go from very far to any place else. Over time, that's not going to become a street with a lot of traffic. And this site's proximity to Canyon Creek Parkway, being adjacent to it, certainly one of the busier streets in the community, really make it appropriate for the types of uses that are allowed in the Industrial 1 zone, which is precisely what the developer is expecting to sign on as tenants.
So 1950 is the one that runs along the north side of Barber Welding, right?
Correct. Yeah, right now it's mostly an undeveloped road.
Right.
What road would the hospital traffic use, do you think, as that new off-ramp gets put in eventually?
Traffic coming from the north to the hospital certainly, I think, would use Marketplace Drive, which is partially on the southern boundary of this site.
Let me show that, Mike, with the mouse, what Dave just mentioned.
Yeah, so you're talking from the future interchange up here, or you're just talking in general?
Yeah, so once that interchange comes up, anybody leaving the hospital that's headed to the north, what route do you see them taking?
Yeah. So right now the route is this.
Okay.
There's funding projects in process and everything from Springville. The future alignment would be something like this. And this would stay more of a local type road, business access idea. But this would be your main thoroughfare that would connect Canyon Creek area to then up through Springville up to Smiths. So right now it would be this little connection here. After that, it will, once this project's done, it'll be a 5-lane road connecting through here.
Mike, can you speak to the southern part of that? Just in terms of how maybe traffic with this project would commingle with that traffic at Marketplace Drive? Literally getting to the northern entrance to the hospital site.
So you're talking this one, Dave, down, sorry, my screen's a little delayed here.
Yeah, exactly.
Talking down here. Yeah, so there are multiple access points to the hospital. You have one here, here, and then their main entrance. Let me scoot this down. Oh, shoot, put that with it. Yeah, so you have that one, this one, and then their main one is in this area. So everything will be accessed off of Marketplace Drive. And then there's also the option of a connection somewhere from this direction as the hospital gets built out. From Spencer Parkway or anywhere along Canyon Creek Parkway. When it's fully built out, I imagine a lot of the traffic will come either to this spot here or to one of these ones off Canyon Creek Parkway. but that's still up to the hospital and we haven't seen plans that far yet.
Mike, the Marketplace Drive, Canyon Creek Parkway intersection, I believe we have plans eventually, as it's warranted, for a traffic signal to be located there.
There is one there already, so there's a signal right there.
Oh, sorry, I was talking about the northern leg when it wraps around.
Sorry.
You're right on the corner of what we're talking about.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a master plan signal that will go there once the traffic studies warrant it.
Thank you for that thorough explanation.
You got it.
Got a quick question for Dave. So currently this area is zoned industrial 1, is that right?
Correct.
The general plan has it as business park. Do you want to talk just a little bit about the difference between business park and industrial 1?
Yeah, let me refer to my document on that. I think to some degree, we allow at least some similar uses in zoning districts in each of those two different general plan designations. Certainly with the business park designation, we're trying to encourage a different type of zoning, maybe professional office zoning, commercial office zoning, or retail zoning. That would be probably commercial 2 or shopping center out in this part of the community. But certainly some of the uses that are allowed in the industrial 1 zone, which is kind of a catch-all zone for us as the city. I can bore everybody with how we put our allowed uses in zoning districts together, but we permit just about anything, frankly, in our industrial 1 and industrial 2 zones. So the business park zone would have more, or the business park designation relative to the zones that would be allowed there would be more restrictive than the industrial zoning, but at the same time, both would accommodate. For example, if somebody wanted to buy a site and develop a campus of professional office buildings, that would be allowed in either zoning district. Some things that wouldn't be allowed, frankly, concrete tilt-up buildings for manufacturing uses, for maybe any type of automotive repair, different things like that. Those would not be allowed in the zoning districts that would be consistent with the business park zone, but those are allowed with the industrial 1 zone. Commissioner Mitchell brought up Barber's Welding, just to the south of this site, the type of outdoor storage that they have there and that sort of a thing would not be consistent or permitted in the zoning districts that would be consistent with that business park designation that we have on the general plan. And I think, the designation that we have in the area for business park really does illustrate, maybe just in a broad way, but the vision that the city has today for that corridor along Canyon Creek Parkway and how that hopefully will develop over time. It wasn't too long ago that properties in this part of the community were really remote. They were hidden. Access to the area had been very, very poor. And we had access, and still do, to things like rail. They had been very conducive to a particular type of land use that really doesn't work in very many other parts of the community, particularly the heavy industry. But the construction of Canyon Creek Parkway and Spanish Fork Parkway from the east, everything's changed. And certainly the development of the hospital will change it further. So like I said, I think this is an area that is going to continue to change and probably do so at a pretty rapid pace.
I guess my next question would be then, does the proposal tonight fit within a business park zoning? And if it does, is there a reason why we're not doing a zone change at the same time to meet, try and do what we've got in the general plan?
That is a great question and one that has some complexity to it for sure. The property today is not zoned business park. It's designated, I think at least the majority of it is business park on the city's general plan. The general plan is an advisory document. It's intended to be a guide for zoning, but it is not law. Zoning is the law, and that defines what uses are permitted or not. So in this case, the applicant simply is pursuing the rights that they have with the existing zoning district, and there is not anything that the city can do to prevent them from developing the property in a way that's consistent with that industrial 1 zone. If the applicants proposed a zone change, then we'd look to that business park designation on the general plan as the guide for the zoning districts that would be appropriate to change the zoning to. But in this case, that's not happening. So what I mentioned earlier is the result of us as city staff really hoping that at the end of the day, this property develops at least in part with something other than light industrial uses, particularly that fringe along Canyon Creek Parkway. I think the developers have been genuine as we've talked about the prospect of potentially doing that, probably based more than anything on market demand. But the city is not in a position to either deny the request based on the general plan or to try to compel the property owners to have the zoning changed, particularly given now that they've made a bona fide application for a development that's consistent with the existing zoning. Given longer answers than I want to, guys, I'm sorry about that. I hope that makes sense.
Good. Thank you.
I can kind of see where Commissioner Royer was going with that, I believe, is Dave, like you said, things have changed a lot in less than 10 years. What that ground was going to be used for, and that corridor is front on the east side of the property going to be what you really want to use for nice, well, basically what we've got in there now. You've got a lot of retail, Lowe's and Walmart, a lot of strip malls. I think you'd probably like to see that same theme carried all the way along that, or as far as you could. So we're kind of stuck. We can't do much about the industrial 1. It's I guess hopeful that the developer would do that, but you got the same thing across the street to the east. That's I-1 as well, correct?
I believe it is, yes. I think everything from a zoning perspective is either I-1 or rural residential still in this area. Maybe Mike, you could just help us with that zoning layer there. I will mention this. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but we recently received a number of proposals to do some more specific land use planning around the vicinity of I'm calling it the 2700 North interchange. And we received some excellent proposals to help us as the city better understand what land uses will be feasible from a market perspective when the interchange is in place, with the idea that we need to be a little bit ahead of the curve, and with the idea that the zoning that we have in place now really isn't going to deliver ultimately the highest and best use of those properties when such great access to Interstate 15 is available here, which incidentally, UDOT is telling us that they're on track to have that interchange operational in 2024. And they've showed us a schedule that I think really makes that probably a reality. That project, we're calling it the 2700 North Interchange Land Use Vision. That's something that the Planning Commission will be involved in. And for a variety of reasons, we'll be starting on that very soon. That relates to what we're talking about along Canyon Creek Parkway, because I think all the way down to the hospital property, we're viewing that as part of the study area for the project, with the idea ultimately that based on the findings of that study, we would be suggesting that the zoning in the area should change.
Okay, thanks, Dave, Brandon. Commissioners, if you have some questions, let's review those. If not, we could entertain a motion. Again, we're actually making a decision on this. We're not making a recommendation to the city council.
But our decision is only based on subdividing the law.
That's correct. Yeah.
I'll make a motion. Make a motion that we approve the Capital Properties preliminary plat and along with the findings and conditions.
Mr. Commissioner Euler, do we have a second?
I second it.
Thank you, Commissioner Mitchell. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Is there any opposed to this? Okay, motion carries. All right, we're just about to we are at our final item, number 5, zone change for Del Monte Townhome. Most of us have been in this meeting for 5:30. I'm going to recommend that we take a 5-minute break before we get started. We're probably going to be into this next meeting for a little while.
And are you, Kim, going to be the one announcing who's up next?
I am taking minutes. Michael Clark will be the one doing that.
All right, so a couple of things to remember. Try and limit your comments to about 3 minutes if possible. Another important thing is to try not to repeat anything that's already been shared so that we can make sure that everyone that does want to share has that opportunity. So there will be a timer up in the screen showing 3 minutes. Please just try and keep it as close to that as possible. So with that being said, we'll turn the time over to either Dave or Brandon, whoever's going to present this.
And then Kevin will on each person's comments, we'll wait and hold our comments to the end, right?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Mitchell. So as you comment, don't expect an instant answer. We're going to take notes as a commission and keep track of the questions and concerns that you have and address those after we've closed public hearing. Thank you. Anything else I missed prior to getting started?
Thank you. This is the last item on the agenda. We appreciate everybody being patient as we work through the other items on the agenda. We'll jump right into it. This is a zone change, so there will be a public hearing as well as a preliminary plat approval request. My personal preference, and this is up to the Planning Commission to decide, my preference is generally to have 2 separate motions. So that way, if you have specific findings or conditions that you want to attach to each item, you can do so in separate motions. However, as you did with the Oak Ridge Cove, you can also accomplish that in a single motion. So this is the Del Monte Townhomes. Proposal includes changing the current zone from the I-2 industrial and a small portion of BP Business Park to an R3 residential. And in conjunction with that, the applicant is requesting preliminary plat approval of a master plan development that would include 65 townhomes. As you can see on the screen, the area is highlighted in yellow. It's just off of Del Monte Road, south of American Leadership Academy. So there's 2 parts that we're going to talk about. One is the zone change, and the second is the preliminary plat. Appreciate if you bear with me as I go through just some of the background, as well as state code as well and city code requirements as it relates to rezoning and considering the general plan. So as stated, that we currently have 2 zoning designations, the I-2 and the business park. And the applicant's looking to change that to a R3 high-density residential zone. So the existing general plan designation, if we can change the slide, Mike. You see there on the left, the area that we're discussing right now is highlighted in the dashed yellow lines on both the right and the left images. On the left, you see the general plan. It is mixed use. It's the blue, and you can see that goes to the north and then to the south to Arrowhead. And so that designation has been in place for those properties for a number of years, I believe since at least 2010. And the idea with the mixed use area, so that corridor strip, is that it provides for a mix of uses such as residential, retail, general business, and office type use. And what the applicant is requesting is the R3 residential that is consistent with the general plan. The general plan does identify corresponding zones for each designation. So for instance, the mixed use does consider the R3, the R4, R5 residential zones, as well as urban village, residential office, commercial office, and a commercial C1 zone. As I previously stated, the R3 zone is considered a high density zone. However, it is for single family development. So that generally equates to about 9 to 12 units per acre, 12 being the maximum, the cap that the R3 zone would allow. Generally, the R3 zone is located along the commercial corridor on both sides of Main Street. However, it is also identified and found in other areas throughout the city. Anytime someone does go to change the application or the rezoning, obviously we go through an application process. As Dave stated on the last item, we do then look to the general plan for guidance. The general plan and the city code both have similar references to one another as far as consistency. And so when someone looks at changing the zone, it generally should be consistent with the general plan designation. As Dave did, or excuse me, as Director Anderson did point out, Utah State Code does indicate that the general plan is an advisory document. It's an advisory guide for land use decisions. It also further states that it should be there to consider both the present and future needs, including growth and development of land. The Spanish Fork General Plan does indicate that anytime an amendment is made or a request for a rezone, it is appropriate to consider current conditions. And so those can be evaluated and those can be used in determining whether the zoning should conform to the land use map at that time. Just to recap quickly what the DRC, well, I'll share some of their discussion items as I continue speaking to the item, but the DRC did review the proposal and found that the proposed rezone and development is consistent with furthering the intent and direction contained in the general plan. That being said, we have received a lot of feedback, a lot of comments, a lot of concerns and questions. We appreciate those being submitted. We have made an effort to compile those, and we sent a group of those or a batch of those to the Planning Commission. And then there were also some additional comments that I sent out earlier today, and then the last letter that was sent to the Planning Commission members right before 5 o'clock. I'll just highlight some of those. Some of those we can discuss and staff can address or provide additional items to consider. For this item, we do have, I believe, with us Nathan Hales from Hales Engineering, who is a consultant on the project or on the area, excuse me, I don't want to misspeak. And then we also have engineering staff with us. After that, we will provide some time to the applicant. He does have a presentation that he would like to present to the Planning Commission. And then at that point, if there's any questions for staff, the consultant, or the applicant, we'd be more than happy to hear those, and then it would be appropriate at that point to go into a public hearing. So some of the questions and concerns regarding the proposal that we've heard, the first is high density, and whether or not it's appropriate sorry, let me start over. So is the townhomes compatible with the area? That is one comment that has been made. Another is there a need for a gradual transition from this property to others? When we look at that, we do want to consider the designation of the general plan, which we've just spoken to. We also want to look specifically at the project, such as the design, the layout. We can also look at the property in general and the distance it has from residences and other uses. In this case, it's also important to also consider the existing non-residential uses, as well as the size and scale of the project. Another concern that we've heard is, can the adjoining roads handle additional traffic? I'll probably defer that one to engineering in just a little bit, and I hope that they can speak to any traffic concerns, traffic reports, and then also the improvements in project widening that will happen along Del Monte, and then other proposed improvements in the area. Another question that has been raised is that there be consideration taken as far as pedestrian safety. As you can see from this image, there is a school just to the north, and then off the screen further north, there is also a Nebo School District elementary school. And so the specific concern there that we've heard is as far as children that walk or bike in the area and those that come to and from school. Comment that we've heard is this going to be considered affordable housing? I'll let the applicant speak to the pricing. To me, and some of the other comments we've received, it probably based on pricing is going to be more of what's called middle housing. A lot of studies have shown that in communities there's considered missing middle housing, and that's an opportunity to diversify the housing type in a community. It's always good to provide diverse housing and different housing options. That's generally viewed as a benefit to the community, as it provides opportunities for young families and young professionals. We have had some questions and comments as far as the quality of the product and the development. That one I'll probably leave to the applicant to first highlight in his presentation as far as details regarding the layout, landscaping, materials, and architecture. As I stated at the beginning, there is the second part to this. There's the request for the preliminary plat approval. As previously stated, that's for 65 town homes in a master plan development. As is standard with any development, they will need to comply with the applicable zoning and construction standards. When the DRC looked at this on April 29th, they did include conditions with their recommendations of approval. Some of those are listed there in the staff report, addressing red lines and issues raised by the DRC, and that the applicant participate in area street improvements. Another condition that was added was that the applicant provide additional side building elevation details, so basically enhance highly visible sides of some of the homes. They specifically called out lot 1, 7, 17, 18, 27, and then the rear of 28 and 29. Another thing that was brought up was the parking and the driveways, and so I'll just speak briefly to that. So anytime you have a master plan development, the applicant is required to provide for a single family residence a 2-car garage, and for townhomes or multifamily units, they have to have at least one attached or detached garage. This project provides a 2-car garage with storage space for all 65 homes. So that's a total of 130 garage parking spaces. There are then an additional 41 parking stalls spread throughout the project for guests. So then there is an option in the master plan. So if the development, there is then a calculation that's required for the guest parking that is generally 0.5 stalls per unit. However, anytime that you have a home that has a 2-car garage and a driveway space for 2 additional stalls or vehicles, that unit will then not be required to provide additional guest parking. So in this case, in the proposed layout, you have homes 1 through 27. And Mike, if we can advance the slide to that one. So if you can see around the outer perimeter along 1100 South and Del Monte Road, you've got units 1 through 27. All of those have a 2-car garage plus a driveway that is at least 20 feet in depth, measured from the back of the sidewalk. Also, units 54 through 58 provide similar driveways. And so those would be excluded from that guest parking calculation because in essence, they have a total of 4 private parking spaces. So the remaining homes that you can see there on the layout, those would need to provide the guest parking. That's 33 homes. Timesing that by half and rounding up, you get 17. In this case, there's 41 guest parking stalls that are provided. So as far as the parking goes, the project does currently exceed the parking requirements of city code. So just to recap, the recommendation made by the DRC considering the zone change and the preliminary plat was for approval with conditions. And as previously stated, this is an item that would go to the city council for final decision and action. And so tonight, we would appreciate your consideration as well as a recommendation for the city council. At this point, I'd love to turn some time over to Dave Anderson, our Community Development Director, if he has any comments. And then at that point, Mike Clark, our Assistant City Engineer, as well as Ryan Hales with Hales Engineering have additional information for the Planning Commission before we turn some time over to the applicant.
I really appreciate Mr. Snyder's description of the Development Review Committee's recommendation and the way you described staff's review of the proposal. I guess maybe I would just ask if the commission has any questions of staff before we look to engineering to help us really zero in on the traffic issue.
Could I ask why that swath of land, that's between the estate density and the low density housing, what was the vision for in the general plan for having that be mixed use?
Thank you. That is the result of a number of different characteristics that the properties that are now designated mixed use have. I think one of the key things that was considered back when that idea originated in 2009 was the historical use of those properties. Valley Asphalt had operated a facility there for a number of years and some other folks as well. Partly because of that, the properties were still zoned as they are today for medium industrial development. They're zoned I2. There was more cleanup back in 2009 that would have needed to have happened to have had the properties ready for a different use than what exists today. But I think that as well was something that contributed to the idea that in order for these properties to be put to a different use, somebody's going to have to make a significant investment in those properties. And because of that, it would require some zoning that would facilitate a more intense land use. Back then, the MATC was just being finished as well. So the combination of land uses that were coming into play, ALA was just a couple of years old. So that corridor existed largely in 2009 like it does today with a school on one end, a school kind of in the middle, and not really your typical schools in either respects there. Some historical zoning on the property that we're talking about now, as well as on the corner where the storage unit project's been discussed. A number of different things that made it hard to envision the property developing with just single family homes on individual lots. Also, the property's frontage on a collector road that provides direct access to an arterial road, Arrowhead Trail that is, and therefore direct routes to either Main Street or Interstate 15. made it seem as though there wouldn't be likely impact from traffic or different things like that in neighboring subdivisions and surrounding neighborhood. So I think it had all of the hallmarks that would support more intense land uses than just single family homes, like what was planned for in the surrounding area. And likewise, as a community, when we look at land use, our number one goal is to be able to plan for non-residential development wherever we can. The mixed use designation is intended to help facilitate that. In fact, the designation, I think, reads specifically something like that designation exists to allow for professional office development, retail development, and different things like that. And it's only on sites where the city has found that type of development is likely not feasible, that it would then be appropriate to consider the type of zoning that's being considered tonight, the R3 zone. We talked about that as staff throughout really the life of having this application in front of us to review. We did a fairly significant update in 2018 that was partly based on us taking a very significant look at the Arrowhead Trail Corridor and 8000 South leading from Main Street out to Interstate 15. At that point in time, the commercial designations along that corridor were changed. And also we talked about the prospect that properties in the surrounding area potentially could be developed someday with non-residential uses. And to not be more boring than I maybe naturally am in talking about that history, I'll just say that we've concluded as staff that the likelihood that this property is going to develop with one of those uses, either retail use or professional office use, is really, really low. And therefore, a residential use like the R3 zone certainly is consistent with what our general plan prescribes. But maybe to try to get back to your specific question, the historical use of the properties, the historical zoning, the fact that this property and others along that corridor have direct access to transportation facilities that are well suited to accommodate the type of traffic that more intense uses might develop. Those are all the things that I believe led to that corridor being described on the general plan the way it is. So if there aren't any other questions, maybe for us, I'd suggest maybe that we turn things over now to either Mr. Clark or Mr. Hale, somebody to speak about the work on traffic in the area that's been done.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Dave. I apologize, the camera's not on. There's only a limited number of people, I guess, that can have a camera on, but we'll be looking mostly at the screen anyway. We were talking just a second ago about the roads. This is the master plan. You can see the two schools. You mentioned the collector roads. This is just kind of a graphic showing it from the master plan of the collector roads, and this orange is an arterial road to move traffic. Obviously, they aren't finished out today, Mill Road especially, and then the side of Del Monte Road here isn't finished. Development typically drives the finish completion of roads. And so this development would be similar to that. It would finish the road out in the front. Anyway, so just a way of what I'll talk about the pedestrian safety real quick, and then a brief look at the two studies that were done in the area by Hales Engineering, and then I'll turn the time over to Brian Hales to talk about the studies and what he's found as we've asked him to take another look at things, specifically directing him towards the comments that were given in neighborhood meetings as well as the DRC. So hopefully you can address most of those, and they can be available for questions after that for the public comment. So let me go to this. So first thing is pedestrian safety. I wanted to talk about that, especially in relation to school. I have kids that age, sensitive to that. Wanted to go zoom in here on the aerial for you. So two schools both have, this has an elementary component at ALA and the other one's Riverview Elementary. This one's obviously the one we kind of focused on a little more just because of the sheer distance to walk. Each year or periodically the school come out with a SNAP map. Basically that says here are the designated walking routes. So we pulled that map. I'll try and zoom in here so you can see it. So the school is here with the sports park just below it. Here, I'll try and get a drawing tool here. And so this is the safe route, but it only comes up to this intersection here, which corresponds to, get my cursor back, corresponds to this spot right here. On the SNAP map, the school district says, first sentence even says, students should not walk or ride bikes along Del Monte Road. There is no sidewalk in high traffic areas. School recognizes it's an issue. So looking at this development and where kids would be walking, I believe right now in the last neighborhood meeting, they mentioned they cross here at an ADA ramp and then walk along the east side of the road, down around the corner into the school. So with this development, if you can imagine this property in this graphic here, let me zoom out. Along the frontage here and the rest of the way down, there'll be a trail on the west side of the road. So you can see it's wider than a typical sidewalk, it can be 10 feet. And that trail would be 12 feet from the back of the curb and it would extend from the south property up to this intersection up here. Which would be really, really helpful in helping the SNAP map be a little more helpful. I believe a couple of comments we received over the last couple of days said there's not a safe walking route. Well, this hopefully through the connections here for not only the residents that will move in here, but the rest that walk down there will now have a path through here. We contacted the principal and had a meeting discussing how we can adjust the SNAP map to show it up to here. The new SNAP map would look something like, I have a lot of windows open, look like this. So talking about crossings, obviously really sensitive about how many roads they cross, speed of the road, turning movements, if there's a stop sign or not. This has a crosswalk here. It'd stay on the one side of the road till this intersection, which has a four-way stop with a crosswalk here, has a flashing stop sign as well. And then they would stay on the south side of the road, southeast side, all the way. And there's a trail and sidewalk all the way to this point where there is a crossing guard that's on duty in this area here. The principal is really excited about the prospect of having that trail in. Said she'd contact the district who she answers to and get that map changed as soon as that trail gets in. But until that trail goes in, the map would stay the same as previously shown here. So that's about the pedestrian walking along that route. There are two studies that were done. This is now back to the actual traffic side of things. One of them was done in, I'll bring them up here. So this one was done last November, so what, 6 months ago, 5 months, 6 months ago. This one specifically looked at the impacts of two proposed developments, though only one of them is proposed tonight. The other one's not on the table tonight, but this one did look at both of them and their impacts. And then the other one is one that talks about the roundabout and school improvements to help with that peak hour traffic along there. So I'll end with that, and I'll go to Ryan. Ryan, if you want to talk about the findings of the two studies.
Yeah.
And what you've found during your research last couple of weeks. And do you want me to share the screen with you, Ryan, or?
Actually, I'll just have you go to the screen if that's okay. If you want to go to the previous study, the one done for the ALA charter school, can go to page 2 of the PDF.
Yeah, let me get that out here.
That would be fantastic. Sorry, Ryan Hells from Hells Engineering. I have the same issue that Michael was having. I don't have access to a webcam because all the bandwidth has been chewed up. So I apologize. I don't have an image for the screen, but we're probably better off looking at maps anyway. So the page 2 of this report that Michael's bringing up right now was the recommendations. There was a whole group of people that had consolidated 17 different plans to come up with one identified preferred alternative. That preferred alternative is shown on the screen before you. On the west side of the screen, north being up, on the west side, you'll see a roundabout. The roundabout is one of the critical elements that we looked at to try and move traffic through this area. Certainly there was some queuing and other issues related to the school that some of you have seen during the peak inload and outload time periods. Sometimes what we find is for the peak inload, it's a surge of about 15 to 20 minutes. Outload is about the same, but we do find it at some of the charter schools. People will arrive early and sit in the parking lot and read a book while they're waiting for their children to come out. And so you find a little longer queuing sometimes in the afternoon periods. Because of that, the intent of this project was to go in and evaluate the entire school, the drop-off and the pickup areas. We've elongated those by changing some of the access points. Michael, if you would start by pointing at the closed ingress movement on the far east end, that very first access point furthest to the east, and Michael's just drawn a circle around. We've opted to close that so we can push the entrance over to the west. This would be the pickup and drop-off area for the elementary school, would come in through this the second access, the second one to the west. On the high school access and junior high access, they would be pulling into that third access to the west. Again, they would be ingress only at those 2 points. You would flow in a counterclockwise direction, so you would have a right side pickup, making it easy for a passenger car to pull up, have the kids enter the vehicle on the safe side of the vehicle as appropriate, and then be able to merge their way around vehicles parked in front of them and get in the bypass lane that would circumnavigate around them, and then exit the site on the far western access into the property where you see the stop sign. What that's indicating, and it's turned upside down so you can read it the way you're reading the figure, but the stop sign would be for the southbound direction. At that point, as you arrive at the stop sign, both lanes would be able to make a right turn to go out of the site and be forced to go westbound over to the roundabout, where they would then make a decision to either turn to the north in the bypass lane at the roundabout, or they would be, they could turn around in the circle and come back the opposite direction, down 1100 back towards the east, or they could continue down Mill Road down to a new stoplight that has been planned and is going in. So multiple access points in and out of school. This kind of cleans up a little bit of this project and try and keep the traffic flowing. It minimized the queues and it allowed the traffic to flow much more freely. This is the consensus plan that was adopted by the entire group, including the school, the city. I believe UDOT had some input on this as well, as they were looking at the intersection on Mill Road and what that might look like, getting that signal. In addition to that, we also looked at, and Michael, I'll have you switch to the other project for just a minute. And if you'll start on let me have you start on page 14 of that project, that PDF. On page 14, we've actually identified what the trip generation would be for both the Del Monte townhomes. There were 64 units that were evaluated as a townhome component. Thank you. 64 townhomes, and then the teeny property was single family housing, were 67 units. You'll note very quickly on the screen, Michael, you might have to blow it up a little bit to see that table 2 or table 3. But you'll note that single family homes generate more trips than a multifamily housing type project. We're talking 64 and 67 apiece. If you look at those PM or the evening peak hours, that last group on the bottom, that evening peak hour trip, 64 townhomes will generate 40 trips. This is a national standard, a national database. It's from the Institute of Transportation Engineers. This is their latest version of the trip generation manual and how many trips would be generated by a project like this. But the 64 multifamily units would generate 40 PM peak hour trips. The single family homes, 67, very similar to the 64, actually end up generating 70 trips. The reason for that is that in most cases, single family homes typically have a little bit larger families. And sometimes the families in townhomes versus single family homes have generally more vehicles, a larger disposable income and several vehicles in place. And that's why it generates more trips. Sometimes there's more drivers as well, with some of the younger families in the townhomes, and more mature families with driving teenagers sometimes move to a single family home. And so what you'll see is definitely more trips. So 30 more trips during that PM peak period. Again, you'll find a multitude of people in townhomes. You'll find young singles that are living in the area. You'll find young professionals, married professionals, maybe no without kids. But it's a multitude of individuals that live in a townhome community. In this case, we would generate about 110 trips during that evening peak period. And then those are split across several different paths to exit the site. Michael, if you would go to page, I believe it was page 6 of that same report, or PDF page 6. You can see how both of those fit in on over an aerial photograph where each one of those sites are. Of course, we've been talking about the townhomes, but the single family homes on the Teague property, many of you are familiar with, is just a little bit further down Del Monte Road. If you would go to page 2 now of the PDF, I want to talk about level of service and brevity. Commissioners, you've probably seen traffic studies many times. Traffic impact studies, we evaluate kind of a worst case condition. In this case, because the school traffic is so heavy in the morning, school traffic doesn't coincide with the evening peak hours. They have a peak hour in the afternoon. We wanted to look at that worst case condition where everything combines. So not only from the Teague property, but from the townhomes and from the school. So we've made the assumption that the improvements have been incorporated, and the evaluation shows that with the levels of service. The one level of service that I would point out, there's one level of service F on the Del Monte Townhome Access, number 1 on 1100 South. That is the access that is near the intersection of Del Monte Road and 1100 South. That intersection will back up, and it has large delays because of the queuing from the school in the morning. So in that morning peak hour, there's enough traffic that's wanting to make a left turn from 1100 South onto northbound Del Monte Road, that those left turns back up a little bit, and they will block the access on occasion. Not every time, but on occasion they will. In which case, some of those drivers from the townhome may opt to go down to the next road to the south. I believe that was the 1210 South in Del Monte Road. That intersection is functioning at a very high level of service. That functions at level of service A, which is at the top end of the scale. We rate intersections A through F. We have completed the simulation analysis for this. We ran it 10 different times to get a good evaluation of the cross-section of how people arrive and depart from not only the school, but from the townhomes, from the single-family homes, and the existing traffic on Del Monte Road. In essence, we have levels of service that are acceptable at all of the intersections, minus the one, which people will likely reroute and turn to the south and go down to 1210 and come out to Del Monte Road. Again, the access to Del Monte Road that at 1210 is functioning at a level of service A. It's functioning at a very high level of service, and we do not anticipate that would change in a great detail. So both intersections should be functioning better. Commissioners, I believe that's some of the information that I wanted to present. Maybe in closing, I would say one last thing. There were traffic counts that were completed in 2019 for this traffic impact study for both Del Monte Townhomes and the Teague property that upgraded the time period that counts were taken. Now, some of the counts for the school were from the 2017 and then projected upwards, grown upwards, based on the 2019 counts on Del Monte Road. Any questions, commissioners, that I might be able to address for you?
Can you just talk a little bit more about when the backup takes place on 1100 and Del Monte? You said they'll take an alternative route. Can you show in more detail what you think that alternative route would be?
Michael, I don't know if you have a figure with the subdivision map in it that shows Del Monte Road as well, but I think I probably do on one of those pages in the report. Let me see if I can find one real quick for you.
I think what he meant, Kevin, and you can correct me, Ryan, from what we've talked, you're saying that this queues up because people can't turn left, that instead of townhome folks coming out this way and trying to go left, they would opt to go this way and make that left.
Correct. It's on figure 4 in the document. That would probably be a good figure to go to that
Okay.
maybe everybody could see, but that's exactly what we're talking about, is that the intersection at 1210 South and Del Monte Road is functioning at a very high level of service. If you could zoom into the property there for Del Monte, that would be perfect.
So this, just to clarify then, Ryan, so we're all on the same page. The first one we looked at with numbers was before this property, that was existing conditions. This is then just this property with nothing else showing how much this will contribute. And then there's a figure right below this one that would show the two combined.
Correct. So based on the distribution and assignment, this is called a trip assignment page. In the trip assignment, we do not anticipate a lot of the traffic going north out to 1100 South because of the school traffic during that time period. We believe more of them will turn and go to the south down to 1210. But from that access point at 1210, where it connects to Del Monte, traffic will be easily able to make the left or right turns, go the direction that they need to. Any other questions?
Did you see any projections showing that more cars would be driving down Academy Drive to get to the school rather than trying to get on Del Monte?
We did not see that in what we were looking at. Certainly there will be some cars that go through Academy Drive. We recognize that. But from the townhomes, it doesn't make sense for them to traverse and go back to the west in order to go north or south. It would be easier just to head out to Del Monte. There's an existing traffic signal at the intersection of Del Monte down to the south end. If they're headed to the north, they can easily access out through the road system up to the north. I believe it's 900 South or Park Drive. They can get to Park Drive very quickly and go where they need to go. So we did not see a lot of cut-through traffic going through the neighborhood. Any other questions?
Have you factored in any of the MATC traffic in your studies? Because I live right there on Academy Drive.
I've muted you, Dan. It is not public hearing. You have not commented in the chat section that you want to be on to speak. So please do not unmute your mic until we unmute you.
For the public hearing, if you have any questions regarding things that get brought up by staff or by the developer, just save your questions, write them down, save them for the public hearing, and then you're free to ask whatever you'd like. Thank you. Are there any commissioners that have any additional questions for staff in regards to the traffic studies? Excuse me.
Could you tell us about the impact of the traffic to and from MATC students?
When we counted, there certainly would have been some traffic in the background conditions because it was counted in 2019. So definitely that's been factored into the data and the background traffic for the project.
So I've got a question that we addressed last time, and that's concerning the Quail Hollow neighborhood. Did you guys look at or do any studies with peak hours on people trying to get out of the Quail Hollow neighborhood?
I believe the Quail Hollow neighborhood, I apologize, I'm not specifically familiar with that, but I believe that's the one to the east. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, it's got an access just to the east of Del Monte, north of Arrowhead.
Yeah, we talked about some considerations there and what could happen. Obviously, as we spoke last time, the Arrowhead Trail Road is very close to their access point. Let me move down on my screen here. It's Riverway Road is very close to Arrowhead. And so when people are trying to exit that point, they're so close to Arrowhead and the backup from the traffic light that sometimes it makes it difficult to get out unless the green light has cleared out the queue in that southbound direction. So we've talked about some additional striping and arrangements that may occur down there that would help all of those residents be able to exit that site more freely. That's something that is still being discussed and we're definitely looking into. Mike, anything to add on that?
No.
Any additional questions before we turn it over to the developer?
I had someone ask who currently owns this piece of property. Has it been sold to the developer yet?
It'd be good for the applicant to maybe answer that in a moment, but it's my understanding that it has not yet been sold to the applicant.
So just before we let Ryan off, could you go back to the, from what I understand from your report and from common sense, it's the AM hours when school's dropping off that would have the most congestion in this area. I believe you had on your chart, it was showing AM traffic movement through the area.
That is correct. So typically in the AM peak, there are a lot of parents that show up very quickly, drop the kids off, and then drive out quickly. And so it creates a more congested time period. Sometimes schools will have after school activities, whether it's band or football or some kind of after school sport. And so what you see is a more dispersed departure in the afternoon, but a more concentrated arrival in the morning.
Yeah. So where on this chart does it show the townhomes, their estimated AM departures? Is that the 32 trips?
It's the 32 trips. That's correct. And then 40 during the PM peak.
Right.
Ryan, the duration of the AM peak, that's 2 hours, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah, well, it's a single hour. It's the single highest hour. So we count a 2-hour block when we go out and count traffic. And then it's a little bit pessimistic, but we take the worst 15-minute time periods, 4 consecutive ones, we put those together, and that becomes that peak hour. So we look at it in worst case condition.
Can you tell us what that? Sorry, go ahead, Commissioner.
And what were you seeing with the school currently? How many trips are you seeing in that AM currently without this development?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
In the AM during those peak drop-off hours, what is the current traffic?
Give me
During your
just a minute.
study.
Yeah. Let me have a second to get down to that area.
Okay.
And I apologize. It'll take me just a second to get there. So what I'm going to look at, I'm going to try and find the intersection count when we counted 1100 South and Del Monte Road, and then I'm going to zoom in on that. So I apologize. It'll take me a second. But it looks like that peak hour, let's see, that peak hour occurred between 7:30 and 8:30 a.m. In the eastbound direction, we had 38 cars making a left turn, 167 making a right turn. But conversely, headed on Del Monte Road, You've got it up there. So 43 in the AM, 171 and making the right turn, 265 making the left turn. Those are the major traffic flows in the southbound direction. We had 159 making a southbound right turn going on to 1100. So it's really all of that traffic that combines to create the most congestion. In that AM peak, what we're talking about the queuing, it's where the left and right turning vehicles pull up and approach Del Monte on 1100. They're trying to make a left turn or a right turn. Because there's 265 cars making a left turn in, they have to wait for that gap, make sure there's no vehicles turning left before they turn left off the side street off 1100. And then also got to make sure that the 22 cars that are southbound on Del Monte have a coinciding gap with the northbound traffic. So the 22 and the 265 both have to have a gap in the same spot for the left turns, those 43 lefts to make it safe. Good, safe movement.
Thank you, Ryan.
You bet.
Going back a little bit to what Mike was talking with the schools, Riverview I know has a crossing guard. Does anyone know, does ALA have a crossing guard anywhere? The reason I ask is I would be concerned if this development goes in and you've got that new walking trail on the east side of the development that they would expect the kids to start using. If you've got that many kids that are trying to get to Riverview or even to ALA, and you've got that many cars trying to turn left right there, I would hope that there'd be a crossing guard maybe at that 1100 and Del Monte intersection. Anybody have an answer to that or know if that's an
Yes,
option?
Kevin, they have one only by the kindergarten. No one is on Del Monte.
Okay, that's probably something I would want addressed with the school, knowing that the route's changing for the students to be walking. I think if I lived up there and I had kids walking to Riverview, that's probably the main intersection I would have a concern with that many cars trying to turn into ALA. So I don't know if that's something city staff or who would be the one to address that with the school.
It's a great question. Typically, those are addressed in the SNAP plans, the Student Neighborhood Access Plan. And so as that gets extended and that becomes possible to have that trail along Del Monte, and that goes onto the SNAP plan, that'll be something that they look at.
Okay, and then it's the district that makes that final decision as to where they feel they need crossing guards, or is it ALA that makes that decision? Anybody know?
Michael might have some information on that, but I think it's typically a joint decision made between the school and the city.
Yeah, it'd be both.
Okay.
I'd be interested to know how many students are really walking down to Riverview, or if that's a long enough distance or a busy enough street that parents are driving their kids to Riverview anyway.
Yeah, interesting. I don't know if Mike does a walking study. Do you, Mike?
We did one. I'm trying to pull it up to see if we tracked which ones went to Riverview and which ones went to ALA, but I do know we did a pedestrian count for right near that intersection. So let me look and get back to you in just a second.
Great, thank you.
I'm guessing in the public comment, there'll be parents that know the frequency and how many students walk to Riverview when we have that.
Any other questions at this point before we move on to the developer? And Mike, we'll come back to you if you find that information. That being said, let's turn the time over to the developer so he can show us the presentation he's put together.
Thank you.
I was just going to mention to Kimberly, if you can pass the over to me, then I can pull up the developer's presentation.
Yes, I will.
Well, and just to get started, thank you for allowing this to happen, and thank you for how prepared you guys are as a city. There's a lot of information there, even additional stuff that I'm even learning today. So that was great. Really appreciate what you guys do there. My name is Dean Ingram. I'm with Arrive Homes. We're a local home builder based out of Spanish Fork. We're just we're excited to be continuing to build in this great city of yours. It's one of our favorite spots that we build in. We actually built 2 of the 3 communities that are on the west side of this current project, both the Mulestein Meadows and the Academy Park subdivisions. And so we're familiar with the area. I've even built some homes down in the River Cove area too. But anyways, we'll go ahead and get started on our presentation. Again, we're just a little bit of a background with what we do. We're a little bit different than most builders. Our tagline is we're a mass producer of customization. So we allow, and that's what we allowed in both the Academy and the Mulestein, is we allow customization on our homes, which most builders kind of shy away from, where they can move walls and make their home theirs and their dream home. So hopefully there's probably a few people on here who are able to do that. And we kind of pride ourselves in that. With the affordability range of what goes out there happens all the time, and markets like we have, there becomes a time when you've got to also, you deal with both. And you're seeing a lot throughout the region, in the Midwest, but also in Utah, that a lot of the new developments are coming in a mass, kind of a master plan community, and they typically will have multiple different products in there. To be able to have a community sense of being able to offer something for all sorts of different income levels of families and create a great community that way. We think this will be a great addition to the area. We have an basically identical situation that we built this exact product in Lehi in the Traverse Mountain area, where we have a very similar situation. We have an elementary school that borders on one side. We have an LDS church on the other. We have very high-end homes bordering on one side, and then we have kind of medium, nice homes on the other side. And we built this product in there. It's a unique kind of an upscale townhome project. One thing we pride ourselves with it is we, material-wise, you'll see that we have a lot of relief, a lot of things we go kind of the extra mile of creating pop-outs and front porch coverings, and all of these are built with high-end quality materials. There's not that stucco is a bad material, but it's not the best material for Utah because of expanding weather climates. These are all built out of hardy type lap siding and board and batten. You'll see some materials we'll go over in a minute to show you kind of the quality. This is also very similar. You'll see the photo that on this very first photo where that's an actual trail just like this one would have out in front. And then because of the grade, there was a retaining wall, and then there's a little 4-foot wrought iron fence that's along there also. But do you want to go to the next slide there? Just another kind of, the last one was the live actual picture of our units in Lehi, which are the identical units to what these are. This is the artist rendering of that, so very similar. You can go to the next slide. This kind of talks about what what we do as a builder, and we've opened up 3 new. Our bulk of our stuff is our customized homes that we do throughout Utah County, more predominantly in South County. We're by far the largest builder in South Utah County, but we do have. We've been opening up a lot of these nicer townhome projects to meet the needs of our buyers that we currently see coming through the door that may not be able to afford what's happened with pricing. And so we've opened up ones in Lehi. We have one in Spanish Fork right now over. It's over off of the Center Street, and then we have one in Springville too. And we're excited to be having the opportunity to maybe look at this one as another great place to to locate that. You can go to the next slide. It just kind of shows, you've already seen this, we don't probably need to go through it again, but that's kind of the layout. There's the next one shows kind of the playground area and stuff, and yeah, and it does kind of show you, like I said, one good thing, and we'll go over this a bit later, but parking, we really have looked at that really hard, and we think it's important too to provide plenty of parking, and with what we have with the driveways, we've really, I think, gone above and beyond by far what a normal townhome project would require. And so we've noticed in our Lehigh project up there that the parking is more than adequate, and it's actually nice not to have too many cars parked out outside, even though we do have a lot of guest spots. We rarely see those used, and we rarely see cars parked in the driveway for the most part. That's some of the amenities going in. We're going to do a little pavilion to sit down and maybe have a birthday party at, or just gather together once this COVID thing's over. Until then, maybe not. We might put some X's on the chairs there. I don't know, but and then the playground for that. We do think that, you know, a lot of it will be young families, although you'll be surprised at the swath of different types of people who purchase these days. It's not just young families, although we want to make sure we cater for them. You can go to the next slide. Kind of shows, that one shows the amenities. So this is a video kind of showing, this will be an aerial of the one in Lehigh. Sometimes it struggles loading, hopefully it works. Hopefully you can see the top up there, the more expensive homes that are in the neighborhood. And as you go through further out there, you can see the elementary school playground and the elementary school on the one side, and then the LDS church on the near side. These don't have, there's only a few of the driveways up there. They don't require as much of that, and we still don't have a problem with it, but, and I'll show you why in a minute when we go through the floor plans, but those don't have the driveway parking like these would have, at least as many of those as percentage wise as the ones we're planning here in Spanish Fork. You can go to the next slide. That's the video again. Can you go to the next slide? That's the same one again. So this is the aerial of it kind of superimposes the project in the area of what we're doing in Spanish Fork. It kind of shows the flyover of it. That's the current status of the property, which has been there for, kind of collected a little bit of dumping there. Obviously, it's been probably pretty hard for the current landowner to keep that away at times. And we think that cleaning it up will be a betterment for the whole area there. But you can see some of the similarities as far as the type of homes on both sides, the school on either side, the LDS church is just down the street on this one too. So it's a very similar setting. We can go to the next slide. So this was interesting. I was able to pull this. My daughter lives up in the Mountain Point with her husband, and I had them pull in the people who live there because they got to know them pretty well. But these are the actual who they are and what they do. And I thought that was very interesting. Real estate agents, nurses, insurance company CEO, engineers, interior designers, tech sales, tech professionals, pharmacists, biotech accountant, police officers, teachers, special needs counselor, mortgage officer, BYU athletic, lawyer, digital marketer, entrepreneurs, master students, second homes, software design professional, retired professionals. That's the when you go through and look at who actually lives in those units, that's what we have there. And I just think that tells a lot about where the current state of our economy is and market, and also just what the demographic of people are who may want to spend a little more time enjoying the outdoors, not doing yard work, but actually enjoying the pretty scenery we have. And that's one of the nice things about here is there's a lot to enjoy outside of doing your yard, which you've got one of the world-class parks, trail systems, all the pickleball courts that you guys just put in. You guys have done a very, very good job in the area that I think that people like these people will really enjoy using those amenities and put them to good use with their families. You can go to the next slide. So this was when I was talking about the material. So you can see these are actual photos of that other one we're doing, and it would be the same. What's interesting, just of note here. So Lehigh, when we put this in, Lehigh obviously has a lot of townhomes. They're a very large city, and when we got done with these, or in the process of these, their city council and their planning people came out. They liked it so much that they actually changed their code to more match what these were to have for the entire city. They thought it was a good representation of what this should look like in communities when you're doing a full community. And so I think that was just it was something we I guess made us a little bit proud that they were able to pattern something after what we were putting in, just not made to put in, but wanted to put in to have a nice product. You can go to the next slide. So currently it's zoned I2, and it's been zoned I2 for, 20, 30 years at least, since Valley Asphalt was there. That's the current zone. And those are the uses that can be put in the current I2 zone. I think one of the reasons why that general plan was changed, and I don't know, I wasn't a part of that, obviously. Although I heard a lot about it when the other two projects were approved, but I think these uses, as the residential uses came in around it, it really wasn't the best place for an impound yard or a lube center or a tire care center, and the different trucking or wholesale business. It's just not probably the right spot for that. So back in 2009-10 area, they obviously changed the general plan, although it still holds the current I2 zone currently right now, which would be one of these uses would be available to put on the property. The general plan changed and gave it mixed use. You can go to the next slide. And these are kind of the uses that you can go in with what the general plan is, and which obviously would fit the neighborhood better than the industrial one. Out of those residential zonings, the R3 is the least dense. I think the R4 is 20 units to the acre. R5 is way, it wouldn't fit here anyways, either way, but those are stacked units type thing on the on those. So we're basically taking the lesser of all of those, and I think it fits the neighborhood anyways better that way. It would be what would fit much better than any of those other uses right there. You can go to the next slide. There's some more elevations like we talked about, and like I said, we pride ourselves in that that we really work hard on our elevations and our look. I think people can recognize our neighborhoods when they drive through them. You can go to the next slide. So here's one of the unique things that became kind of a hit up there, and I think is something that I think as a city to look at even more so when you approve these type of projects is how this layout is. Now these are a little bit wider than most units, so they're actually a 2.5 car garage. So what happens in a townhome, you'll see in other areas, one, if they don't have a driveway, which a lot of the townhome projects currently in Spanish Fork don't have driveways in front of them, and a lot of them have built the narrowest garage you can. They'd be like 20 feet wide. And by the time you can fit your 2 cars, but you really can't put anything else like bikes or any type of outdoor stuff, and you run out of room. And so they end up using at least half the garage for storing all their stuff, and then they'll park maybe 1 car in the garage, and then they'll park outside. Why we find that very few people, because they would rather park inside and stay out of the snow and the elements. Most people would rather park in the garage if they had the room. We have added an extra storage area. You'll see on these that makes it the 2.5 car garage, which obviously isn't being counted in any of the parking situation, but it is a big factor in how these park. I think it's important to, that I don't know, just to look at that in the future for projects coming through the city. It does really help alleviate a lot of the parking issues that you might have in others, along with having the driveway in front, which we either have that or the guest parking. It also allows a more open, more luxury feeling of like it doesn't feel as cramped and as tight. It has a much more open feel to it when you get a wider, larger unit that way. You can go to the next slide. These will have full unfinished basements also. So there's even extra, or they can finish them too, which some people obviously do. This shows the fencing material. So along the perimeter of this is the 2 schools, and part of the ALA is the elementary school, and then there's some leftover old ground that's part of the MATC that kind of attaches over to the rest of the MATC. It's kind of been a dumping ground. That's the border on the one side that is on the west. That side will have the masonry wall that will be just like your collector road masonry walls you see around the city. The other fencing type you see there is that wrought iron, and that will be going in front of all the units, both on 1100 South and on Del Monte. And then there'll be little gates to every front door coming off that. So you have the trail, you have the 12 feet of park space, you have the 10-foot wide trail, and then the wrought iron with the gate that would go into the front of these, because that front elevation you see there will be the elevation that faces, that'll be your streetscape on Del Monte Road, which I think is for this type of product is a pretty impressive streetscape for the city and for that community. You can go to the next slide. These are the elements that I was talking about, the hardy, the board and bat. This is all the fiber cement. Does very well in climate because it does allow for contraction and expanding. And it is considered one of the higher end components that you put on homes here in Utah. It's definitely a superior, more expensive product, along with the stone that we put on those also. Like I said, there's no vinyl, there's no stucco. It's all these higher end products on them. So we have found it's been extremely popular. We've outsold almost everybody we're around, and when they're doing the others, people actually want to pay a little bit more. So this isn't for the very, very bottom. This is for those who do need something more affordable, but also just want something nice that can live in a nice community, a nice area that can enjoy, that quiet life that others are able to enjoy in those areas, but maybe not want all the yard space and have to take care of yards all day on Saturdays. So it's kind of a nice combination there, and it's a nice transition into a community. You can go to the next slide. And that just shows some of the other side elevations, and that's kind of a shrunken rear elevation. But you can go to the next slide. I think that might be the last one, but back to the front one. But we're just happy to glad you've taken your time. Sorry, this has been a little bit of a long presentation. I thought it was good for we've had 3 neighborhood meetings, gotten a lot of input. They were very well attended, just like this planning commission meeting's well attended. I like it that way. I did have a neighborhood meeting on the project earlier this evening on the Park Meadows, and it was me and Kevin Euler, and it was kind of lonely. It was nothing like this neighborhood meeting that we had for this 3 times, but it's actually good to have all the input, and even if sometimes it's, can get a little emotional at times, I would rather get everything out there and everybody know exactly what we're doing, and hopefully can see the vision of it, and we just glad for your consideration, and hopefully we'd love to be building this and adding to your community. So that's all I have. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram. Any of the commissioners have any questions for the developer? Time is yours.
I have a couple, Kevin, if I might. What is it, Dean? What is your projected price point on these townhomes? What is in your guys' performa? What are you thinking these will be selling for?
Yeah, it'll probably be in the low 300s. Some of them move into the mid 300s, depending on what upgrades. They are allowed to upgrade these pretty substantially if they want. They can finish their basements. But I think where we're at with our other ones, we started those out in the low 300s, and I think now they're selling. Actually, I think the one up there got appraised. I think it was in the 360, 370 range. We don't want to be there. We want to try to get, to people in here too that kind of fit in that 3 to 350 range. That's about right now rates are great. So that's about a $1,600 payment, which, you see most of your, people that work in the, even people that work in the city or police officers, you have a new hospital with nurses and staff there. It's a price point that can fit their payment pretty nicely, actually, and they can have a nice place to live.
Okay. And then you said that all the houses along 1100 and along Del Monte will be front facing with a fence and a gate in front of each entrance.
For sure along Del Monte. I need to see how that translates over. I think we bring it back down the other side too. I'm pretty sure I would need to re-verify that, but it is also front facing too onto Academy also. So you see no garages on any of the streets. All 3 streets will be all front facing. That'll be the elevation out front. I don't know how that fencing transitions over. Can't remember if we turn it a ways or return it all the way, but it for sure is all along Del Monte.
And the HOA will maintain the buffer
Everything.
strip, everything in, basically everything we can see in green on that page 5.
Correct. Yeah. Including the usually they do the park strip and everything, I believe. So.
Okay. And then just a little bit of clarification on the fence. So the masonry fence will go along the west border.
Correct.
So from 1100
to Academy. Is that Academy? Well, it's 1200, right? I think it's 12. I think. You remember what that's? I think Academy turns off of that street. Sorry, I probably misspoke there, but I think that's 1250. I don't have the map in front of me, but that street that's at the street number 3, I guess. How about I call it street 3? Right where that white and that tree is in the middle of that white little triangle right there where it meets up. So they drew the purple would probably, I think that's where we're going to be putting the little 4-foot wrought iron. And then if you want to draw the line from there you go. That would be the masonry wall right there.
Okay. So
purple would be that little 4-foot, just to keep people from cutting in cross yards and stuff, obviously. And it's a really good look, honestly. It leaves the open. We like to show off the architecture. We wouldn't want it to be closed off at all, but it does also allow, just a little nicer streetscape there too. I think it adds to it.
And I think, Brandon, you clarified for me in a previous conversation that the driveway in between like unit 52 and unit 51, that's about 32 feet wide?
That is correct.
On another subject, with the HOA that I assume would be part of it would contain this neighborhood, this development. I have townhomes that are close to my house, and I have found that it's a really well managed, active HOA that has strong CCNRs. And one of the things that I think helps there is one of the rules is they only can have a certain percentage of their townhomes turned into rentals. Do you have anything like that?
Yeah, so I did send that up to I got that comment actually. I think some of that has come through recently. I sent it up to the attorney to draft that. There is limits on what you can do with that. Active military can't be involved in that. We can do a percentage that way, and also length of a lease too can help limit issues. You have to be a little careful because if people have to move immediately for some reason, and to burden them with, if they can't sell immediately, I mean, you got to be a little bit careful with that for that future owner. But yeah, we can definitely look at that and find the best route to make that, and see what we can put in the CCNRs to help limit that.
Maybe if I can ask Shauna, in terms of having units rented, do you have a feel for what maybe the most significant concern would be from your perspective, so that we can try to make sure that we get that addressed as best as we can? Is it, for example, I would be worried probably mostly about investors buying multiple units in the project, never intending to reside there, simply looking at it as obviously an investment opportunity, is revenue stream or that type of a thing. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I think that's the case, and I think neighbors have expressed being worried about that renters don't take care of their properties as well as the owners do, and so.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of one of the beauties if you have a well-run HOA and you turn it over to management company. I think the price point helps these too. That's a big investment, even though maybe it is a little more affordable in the home. But what's nice is even those people who have those, they don't want to lose their value, and it's not the renters that are taking care of anything on here, if there was one. But we can definitely look at that. I found that you'll find that the really affordable neighborhoods in Spanish Fork City have a lot of renters in there, and that's where you really become a problem, because that homeowner relies on them to mow the lawns and not, and take care of their whatever they have in their yards or different things like that. So.
Well, one of the thoughts that I had, we had some discussions about this when we talked about accessory dwelling units a year or so ago, and providing some time for somebody maybe to not live on premise without losing some rights. I mean, it's a different context, but I think a concept might be applicable here. So for example, if I resided in one of these units and I, for maybe purposes of church service, needed to move for 2 years, being able to rent the property for 2 years before I had to sell, or just requiring, I guess how I'd say it would be, for the owners to reside on premise for some period of time during a particular duration. So, might be for no less than 12 months over a 36-month period of time, or that type of a thing. That would, I think, allow for some of the flexibility maybe that Dean's describing. And, as a homeowner, I think that would be somewhat comforting. I think I'd feel more comfortable buying a home and, being willing to put down some roots in the neighborhood and that type of a thing. If I knew that, should I need to leave maybe for a job assignment for a number of months or something like that, I could still maintain ownership of the property and, still make mortgage payments with renting it and that type of a thing. any thoughts about maybe pushing Dean in that direction?
Yeah, I think that's a great way to handle that. So you don't really pigeonhole somebody into a really bad situation that I don't think any of us would want to, but also maybe help protect the integrity of that and address that concern for sure. That's probably a really good way to do it.
But I think
And I did send that up to that attorney, and they're looking at that. They do a lot of the HOAs around the state. And so I should have some verbiage back. I just hadn't gotten it back yet.
Okay.
How is that enforced though? Cause I mean, we have the accessory apartment rule, and I know in my own neighborhood, which is all single family residential, we have 3 in our neighborhood that don't conform to what we have in our code, but not being enforced. So is that enforcement going to be passed on to the HOA? It's going to be it's a concern of the neighborhood around there. How is that going to be enforced? Is it the city, the HOA, who?
I think it's
That's a
typically
great question. With what we're talking about here right now, it would be the homeowners association. I think, Sean, in your neighborhood, I believe that's how it works.
Yes, it is. They take their HOA really seriously over there, and it's really well run.
So when I lived in an HOA up near Shauna's neighborhood, we had issues with that, and legally what they would do is they'd put a lien on the home if a homeowner was out of compliance. That was as much of an enforcement as we could do.
So it became an issue when he went to get another mortgage on his home?
Exactly. I've got a question for you, Dean.
Yeah.
You've mentioned that you've done multiple neighborhood meetings. From that you first brought up this development to what you've shown us tonight, can you kind of emphasize or talk about some of the changes that come about from neighborhood meetings and discussions with the city?
Yeah, so a few things. So the big concerns I've seen, and the first meeting, I think we were trying to address that more. It seemed like it was been a little harder the last couple meetings. What it was focused on, but the big ones are traffic, and then the pedestrian traffic, the safety of kids, which we're all concerned with, for sure. And you'll see some sidewalks that go along the back side of this. That was one of the concerns. We tried to implement that along that yellow wall line. You'll see some sidewalks that go through the backside, which it is on private property. You really can't change having that, but I mean, that is an option that, that those sidewalks can be used. That was one of the things that one neighbor asked about is can they not go all the way out to Del Monte? Can they get over to ALA prior to that? And so, but with the traffic, what I did is I got with, so in the past, so there's 2 traffic studies done. That was a lot of the questions too in the neighborhood meeting, right? That, well, this traffic study, there was one in 2018 that was hired by the city and the school and all those parties together to fix what there is a current problem with, and that's and that is 2 time period, and it is inherent with charter schools that there's not a school busing system to charter schools, so you have more parents driving kids to school from further distances, so you have a traffic problem in the mornings and in the afternoons, and queuing becomes a problem. And so the city obviously hired Hales Engineering to study that. There was multiple things that came out with that signal, which is going in, I believe this year is what it's slated for. I'm almost what I've heard from everybody. So hopefully that's soon, because that is the signal down on Mill Road, and Arrowhead is a dangerous intersection down there, and that's going to help. And then obviously they came up with all those other things. I hired this same traffic engineer because he already had all the information of that to add whatever this is going to do to be able to mix the 2 together and really have good data as far as what's going to be the best. And so in the past, the school has not been willing to cooperate because schools are outside city purview. They can't really make schools do anything as far as how they design them, and at least as far as I know, it seems that way at least. And so they work their stuff through the state. So that school was built, and then in their defense, it was not a single home over there. When that school was in a island, it was out in the middle of nowhere when it was built, basically. But obviously, over the time, that's become a problem. But the school, they weren't really eager about donating any money to help fix that problem, for whatever reason. Well, with this, I've been able to actually talk them into participating along with us and the current landowner. So the three of us are going to help fund that, which has been the sticking point, the plan that fixes the school issue. This, I think you can ask Ryan Hales, the engineer. This project doesn't add or take away a whole lot it's on a collector road is where you want them. There's a lot of good things with that. It's the school issue that this might compound a little bit, but it's a problem whether this project goes in or not. It's a current problem that currently handles today. So we were able to talk them into and for us to also donate towards that and really help out, that becomes a reality now of fixing that, putting the roundabout in and changing all the queuing. So that was a big deal. And then we decided, and the city spearheaded it. I've got to give them credit. I think Josie kind of is the one that handled it, but to getting with Nebo School District to redo that SNAP and that safe route, with that they can put in things that are currently needed. I don't think I would want my kids crossing that with or without this project right now, unless you have, a way to get across those roads. Because the school traffic, you got to realize there's high school kids going to ALA. They're not as experienced drivers. You have current, people dropping their kids off that are super busy going back and forth. There's a lot of that happens during those school peak hours. And so currently when other kids are going to school, is the Leadership Academy contributes a heavily amount to whether that's a safe route or not. And there's not even, as you can see on the SNAP, there's not even a safe route even in the works anywhere over there. So I think it was very great of the city to kind of spearhead that and to get with Nebo School District. And it does become a neighborhood thing too. They have to be involved in it. But I think that they're addressing a lot of that. And with that new school route, I'm glad to hear the principal's on board with that down in Riverview, because that'll go a long ways. Obviously, they have a lot of say with what those happen there. So I think we're trying to address that as far as, pedestrian safety, as far as a school route. The traffic issue with the ALA situation, that we're willing to, even though it's not really on our project and stuff, we're willing to participate and be a good neighbor and help out with that. So those seem to be the main items that came up in the meetings that I believe we've tried to address as well as we can.
Thank you. So I went for a little drive down around the townhomes by the sports park just before the meeting started tonight. Because one of my concerns obviously is with parking as well. It looks like you've done your best to try and take care of that. I do love the design where you've got the extra storage inside the garage. When I drove by these townhomes by the sports park, there were 10 of them that had their garage doors open. So I had a chance to look inside, and 9 of 10 had one half of the garage that was full of storage and the other half was a vehicle. So it was basically a 1-car garage. The other one that had the garage door open had a personal gym inside where you couldn't park any cars at all. So it goes to say, yes, these types of units do try and maximize their storage, and a lot of times it's the garage that takes the hit. So I appreciate that you've put additional thought into that with the design of your development. So thank you.
Can I add to that too, Kevin? Those over there do not have basements, and these do. So there's a whole nother area for some of those things you're talking about, storage and personal gyms, rather than being in your garage. But I have seen that. I've seen that in my neighborhood. They've got a CrossFit gym in the guy's garage. So I thought they've got a whole bunch of people going there every morning.
Pretty funny.
How many square foot of kind of the storage space in the garage and the unfinished basement? How much? I mean, that's gonna be storage space. How many square feet do you have in each of these? For
So
that?
that extra garage side is I think it's 60 extra feet wide there. So 6 feet by the width, the depth of that garage, which I believe has about so it's about 20 by 7. So that's in the garage. Down in the basement's another 700. I believe it's about 700 feet down in the basement of unfinished area.
So around 940.
Yeah, it's pretty significant.
Dean,
Did you notice? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I just want on those garages. I can't remember. I think those are kind of that minimal 20-foot width wise too, aren't they? That you probably looked at, if I remember right. Because they have to have the front door next to the garage, so it really limits. Because they're coming in from the front, and the garage is in the front too, so it really makes that front tight. And sometimes they clip it, even, you know, they do a clip in the back corner of the garage too. So they can be really challenging when you do those front loads that way.
Can you talk about the colors of the units that you plan on developing?
Very similar to what you saw in the pictures. Honestly, that seems to be what's super popular. That probably has, you know, a really nice upscale feel to it, but very similar colors to what you saw in those live photos.
So what we saw is what you would end up developing.
Exactly.
Okay. Any additional questions for the developer? So you don't currently own the property, is that correct? Is that what we heard tonight?
That's correct. It's under contract, subject to an approval of a project. It's obviously not. We're not interested in buying it unless we do what we do. So.
Yeah. Is the property owner on the meeting tonight? I'd be curious to know. I didn't see it. Okay, I'm just curious to know if they've been approached by anyone else. With you showed what the I-2 options are. I'd be curious to know if they've had any other options besides what you've come to them with.
You know what? I can ask. I think I'd heard mention a group home, but yeah, I don't see that going there. But I don't, not that I know of. But I don't know. I guess that's kind of a ignorant thing for me to say. I haven't asked.
Okay.
I don't think he's been taking many phone calls. We've been under contract for quite a while to make sure we get this right.
Has anybody else approached the city about this piece of land, Dave?
Yeah, honestly, the current property owner talked to me probably 5 or 6 years ago about developing the site with townhomes. But other than that, I think Arrive approaching us a year or so ago. That was the only other group that we've talked to in recent years.
I've got a question for you, Dave. Earlier we talked about that piece of property with the railroad. The county's got a slab of property that would be between two developments. What's your opinion, or what do you see as the future of that piece of property?
Yeah, I think the ownership there's maybe a little bit deceptive. I believe that is owned by the American Leadership Academy. They used municipal bond tool. I think it was probably about 10 years ago to help finance part of the development of the school. So I believe they still own that property. And even asked Dean, I know that we've talked with you about some of that.
Which one are you talking? So I saw you highlighting there. The one is MATC. So MATC is there, and that piece, that's all MATC.
That piece right
the one above it, yeah, that's all MATC owned by them.
It is MATC. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's their tech area. They're like I don't know, it's automotive or welding is the one that's over closer to the school. That's their schooling for that, and then their other stuff is on the other side, and then they just have dead space in the middle. And I think that used to be like a warehouse for Valley Asphalt that they converted or something. I don't know.
So the waste that's in there currently is up in there for a while.
Yes, been there forever. It's just been a kind of a dumping ground. You can see some piles on the current site there too. I think it's really hard to sometimes keep people from dumping their stuff on there. You'll find old remnants of on that site that are, there's remnants of the big conveyors, and it's pretty messy right now, to be honest with you. There's some drop offs and some big concrete where they had their pillars for their big conveyor belts for the asphalt company.
That's a pretty decent buffer between your masonry wall and the nearest residential homes, right?
Correct.
That picture just brought to mind where it showed the parking on Del Monte. Will there be street parking allowed, or is that going to be a red curb, or what's going to be allowed there?
Along the street parking would be allowed. As you get closer to the corners, there's side triangle restraints that there'd be no parking allowed, so you can see down the road and make a decision to turn. And that length would be at least 60 feet, and it could be more based on the speed limit of the road.
Anybody else with a question?
I can't read that dimension that Michael just threw up there in the yellow. What does that say, Michael? It's too small on my screen.
192.
200.
Okay.
All right, if there's no additional questions at this time, let's move into public hearing. Before we do that, I just want to thank everybody that's on the meeting tonight. I don't remember a planning commission meeting where we've had this many residents involved. So thank you for showing up and caring about your neighborhoods and about Spanish Fork City. It's good to see everybody on here. So we're going to move into public hearing. Again, just a quick reminder, let's try and limit your comments to 3 minutes. There will be a timer on the screen that you can keep an eye on that. Also, try and not repeat things that have already been shared. We will take down notes of the questions and the comments that you have, and we will address those when we move out of public hearing. So at this time, we are now in public hearing. I'll turn the time over to Mike to indicate who the first person will be, and then each person after that. So go ahead, Mike.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. First is Dennis McGraw, and the next will be Wayne Anderson. So Wayne, if you want to hang out until Dennis is done. Dennis, go ahead and unmute yourself and present and talk to the Planning Commission.
Great. Before you start my time, can I get on the plat? I saw an overview of a plat map that showed some subdivided lots on the opposite side of MTech and this development together. Can I get that map up?
Yeah, just a minute. That one?
Well, it actually had the plat plans drawn in on both sides.
Yeah, it was in the traffic study.
Not that one?
Well, it shows you, I want to see the other side of MTech too. So this proposal, and it showed the opposite side of MTech with some plats in it.
Okay, well, go ahead and start talking and I will try and find it.
I didn't know where that is. Yeah, that one. No, you passed it. Yeah, that one. Zoom down a little bit. Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah. So it looks like, so is that other opposite side of MTech? I'm not sure if that's part of this development, but one of the initial concerns I had is that I live in the Quail Hollow neighborhood, and I will tell you, this is a heck of a lot better proposal than a storage unit. So Thank you for that. I believe this planning and zoning of the city kind of failed some of us when they allowed that to go forward, and it still may, approved twice, but yet to be seen. I think the biggest concern I have here that I don't know it can be addressed by this developer. I think he's done a good job, and this is something that will come to the city to have to do something about, but it will affect the approval of this, and it was about the traffic. I think that's what's on everyone's mind here mostly. It was said that there's approximately 32 travels that'll happen in the new developed area. And this does not include the future other side of MTech development. And then to add to that, there was a number thrown out of about 167 cars for ALA traffic, all heading to Arrowhead, away from the school and away from this development. So approximately 200 cars between 7:30 and 8:30 in the morning. I know for myself, when I'm leaving my subdivision, that I can hardly ever get out of that just when ALA is in class, or the classes are starting, or people are being dropped off, or in the afternoon. I've got real concerns about how we're going to get out of our neighborhood safely when we add this much traffic. Now, having said that, I prefer this development over a strip area or a restaurant, some kind of a strip mall or so on and so forth, because that business is going to fail because nobody's going to go there in the morning or the afternoon. It's just the traffic is just that bad. So I really would like to see something addressed about how we're going to get out of our neighborhood safely. Otherwise, I like this. I like the proposal here, and I appreciate what's been put on. Thank you.
Okay, sorry for that delay. Wayne Anderson, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and talk to the commission.
Okay, thank you, Planning Commission, for the opportunity to address you. Could you put up a map of the area from the 900, well, from Del Monte Road down to the freeway? In 2005, 6, 7, the people who lived in Leland at that time were concerned about how this area was going to grow and develop. And we had a series of town meetings in conjunction with members of the city and city council and so forth, and talked about a number of different things that we would like to see. The issue here is a quality of life issue, and it always has been, and respecting the citizens' desires. And at that time, the citizens spoke up at some of the first meetings. They wanted to keep the area developed in at least 5-acre parcels. But as we went along and had other discussions and talked and so forth, it came about that we would be willing to live with 3rd-acre lots. And the people who now live in the area bought into that. Their homes are on nice big lots. Their families have a place to play. They have a little elbow room. And our concern is if we allow something like this to come in now, as other parts of Leland develop, they're going to come and want to increase the density and not protect the integrity of what was agreed upon when we had those town meetings. The first development was Old Mill Estates, and Mr. Niederhauser developed 3rd-acre lots. The next development came in, and the developer wanted to move that to 1/4-acre lots. We held our ground because of the commitments we had made, and I expect the city to honor those commitments when it comes to residential areas in this area, and make sure that we hold the developers to 1/3 acre lots at least. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Anderson. Next is Jason Rasmussen.
Yeah, hopefully you can hear me. Thank you for your time. To get through it quickly, last night, my wife and I listened to the council meeting, and I enjoyed hearing the process of the council meeting they went through, but a survey was brought up that was presented in the meeting. And this survey was conducted for Spanish Fork residents a few months ago, and they surveyed them on an array of topics. And in this topics that was going over, they listed concerns that residents of Spanish Fork had. And some of the major concerns that needed the most, improvement was city growth expansion and an objection to high density housing. So I'm really hoping that as you're listening to us this evening, you're also listening to other residents in Spanish Fork that are concerned about this kind of growth that is taking place. Some of our other concerns are around the traffic study. So my kids go to ALA. I drop them off at ALA every day. The traffic study that shows the path of the cars, we currently already do that in the school. So the traffic study really doesn't alleviate a lot of the problems that are there. The main problems that arise there are at that 1100 South Del Monte. And I know some of the commissioners have mentioned that safe walking path. And you have to think, if you're going to add 65 townhomes and they have an exit on that north side onto 1100 South, they're going to turn right and then right again on Del Monte, adding more cars to that area that's already congested where the kids have to walk. And so that's a really large concern. The other issue with the traffic studies is we haven't seen the second one that they proposed, but we were trying to do quickly some research on the townhome numbers that they were using, and the overall statistics they were using on townhomes come from townhomes that are in city centers. So of course the amount of traffic and times they leave their home are less because a lot of them use public transportation. This townhome complex is not near any public transportation, so you're still going to have the same problem with the amount of cars coming out of those townhomes. The last problem, the first guy, I think Dennis kind of touched on it, was kind of the precedence that is being set. In the last development, I think it's Capital Properties, you guys mentioned that the general plan is not the law. Well, if general plan is not the law, the precedence that's being set that we have concern is if you allow this high density to take place here, the Tingy property that is just south has 12 acres. We have talked to them. They plan on following the same course of action that Dean with Arrive is and putting townhome there. And now we're talking about 140 plus additional townhomes in addition to what Arrive is suggesting. We just can't manage this area with the congestion we already have, that many townhomes, and keep our kids safe with the roads that we have there as they are. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Nathan?
Hi, thanks. Before my time starts, I don't know if this makes a difference. I can't get on.
May have lost him. Nathan, we'll pause you for just a second, move to the next guy, and then we'll come back to you.
The reason you're not able to get on is there's only so many cameras available. And so if you're not in line to speak, if you could discontinue your camera, that would be appreciative so that those that are in the queue to speak are able to do so.
Right. Watching the cameras, hopefully we get them back. All right, well, let's go to Joe real quick, and then once Joe Shank is done, we'll jump back to Nathan if he's there. Go ahead, Joe.
Hi, yeah, I just tried to get on the webcam again. It said webcam limit reached. I guess while I'm trying to do that, can you put up the map of the proposed walking trail from Riverview Elementary to the proposed Del Monte townhomes?
Yes.
my biggest concern isn't the beauty and how nice the townhomes are. It's the number of people. In the morning and afternoon on the where Del Monte comes into West Park Drive at that stop sign, there oftentimes are cars back to back, bumper to bumper, all the way to ALA from that direction, and also all the way to Riverview Elementary. And, you know, adding additional high density traffic, you know, is going to be a huge issue. Whereas if the zone is kept as industrial business park, there will not be a need to go through the neighborhoods as they will, you know, they aren't going to come south they will go south on Del Monte, hit Arrowhead Trail and onto I-15. So there will be much less traffic of those people from the high density areas going through that strictly residential area to get to the ballpark and get to the Riverview Elementary. And, you know, the zoning was planned based on the needs of the community. I'm surprised we're entertaining a zone change, which can potentially cause safety issues with the students and huge traffic congestion issues based on the inability, you know, for somebody to sell a plot of land as it was originally zoned. Also, Arrive mentioned, you know, new residents of the proposed townhome development would enjoy the sports park amenities. That's great, but getting there would once again go through that nice neighborhood, and also trying to get a spot on the pickleball court today is difficult. So once again, I'm not worried about the beauty of the development or the quality of the residents that would be there, but you know, I'm more worried about the amount of traffic and the high density of those townhomes. And even though they'll be pretty versus an eyesore that would potentially be industrial, the industrial tenant would not be coming through and adding additional traffic to the already very high traffic on that Del Monte and West Park Road, where there's 2 elementary schools as well as ALA. And, you know, this is an interesting process. You know, the developers come and you know, they're able to come and talk for 90 minutes and, you know, have people to come in and testify for them about the beauty and safety of the development, and we get 3 minutes each. So, you know, I hope this isn't similar to the townhomes that were developed up on Volunteer Drive, that high density group that it was already decided before the town hall. And I think they just felt like it was good for us to speak our piece, but it was already predetermined. Hope that's not the case here. Thank you.
Hey, Commissioner. Nate Birdsall just ran over to my house so he could be on camera, so he's here now.
Oh, all right. Hi, Nate.
Hi.
Go ahead.
All right. Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And thanks, Harp. I note a couple things. One, it's interesting that there's some Arrive employees who've asked to comment. I find that interesting that employees, I'm not sure what else they have to add. They certainly, most of them don't live anywhere near where we're at, and they have an interest. So I'd ask you to at least keep in mind and figure out who actually is an employee of Arrive and has an interest, as opposed to property owners like myself who have a real interest in preserving what we've built. I'm going to ask you. I sent a letter, and I appreciate that being sent. I added a lot of names to that letter of my neighbors and friends who asked to have their names attached to that letter. We ask you to deal with reality today, not what the best guesses might have been for this property in 2009. The reality is, as this area is developed, we've developed estate homes that are R115 zoning classification and other low density. Sorry, I ran over here, so I'm out of breath. Other low density areas. I should run more. There's no other areas in the city that come close to having this type of high density abutting directly to the low density homes that we have. So I ask you to keep that in mind. Do not make us your precedent. That's not fair. As I point out in the letter, that will impact my property values. Their studies have determined that. I don't care how nice it is, it's still high density. It will impact my property values. It's hard to guess what will happen in the future, but it's easy to see what's here now. And so I ask you to see what's here now. The traffic numbers don't correlate to realities in Spanish Fork. Parking numbers nationally don't correlate to Spanish Fork. We drive trucks, and trucks don't fit in a garage, even with a little extra storage space. There's going to be issues. There already are issues. We're going to exacerbate the issues by allowing this to come in. I ask you not to set this precedent, not to allow this to happen. The townhomes that they built in Lehigh are not comparable to what we're doing here. So if you look at a plat map, it does show that there are single family homes near their townhomes in Lehigh. But if you look at the elevation, and Dean showed this in the video, you can see how much higher the estate homes are as opposed to the townhome. It'd be similar to if we were talking about a townhome project going into Quail Hollow, right? That are 20 feet below us. We wouldn't see it. It doesn't impact us. The roads aren't the same.
Nate, if you could finish up in the next couple seconds here.
Sure, thank you.
Your time's up.
Oh.
No, I can finish your thought there real quick.
Excuse me?
Go ahead. If you got a sentence or two, go ahead. I don't want to cut you off mid-sentence, so.
Oh, no, I appreciate it. I think that those are the main points that I wanted to hit on.
Okay, thanks, Nate, and I appreciate you running to house there.
Thank you.
Michael,
yeah.
this is, so Nate's point about other people that are maybe in line to speak. Could we have people introduce themselves, state where they're living, kind of like Dennis did in his first comment? I'd like to know who is where and why they're commenting.
Yeah, no, that's great, Todd. Next is John Henderson. If you can follow Commissioner Mitchell's direction there on stating where you live.
Yeah, this is John Henderson. I live right on the cul-de-sac on 1300 South, right off Mill Road. And I would like to just mention that to me, again, and this has kind of been brought up by a couple others, I don't know that things are comparable. Arrive themselves said there's lots of townhomes in Lehigh. There's not lots of townhomes in Spanish Fork. I moved here almost 20 years ago, and one of the big reasons we came to Spanish Fork was the nature of the town and the community. It was much more residential. It was, it is a good run city. There's lots of facilities that, and that, but, so again, to me, that's part of it is a lot of the things I don't think are comparable. The other thing, is that, I personally have seen or know several people, quite a few people that commute from Spanish Fork to downtown Salt Lake. There's a reason they don't live in Lehigh or in Salt Lake, and that they're willing to commute for an hour. And it's because I think this is a unique and a special place. And they come here because of the nature and I realize there's going to be the growth. There's going to be some of this, but it's not consistent with this particular area. And I think there's got to be lots of places that this can happen, these types of development. The other thing that I'd like to know, or I guess it's a question, is, and point out again, it's been mentioned that they've never seen this many people. This is a relatively small area here, and you have a very large percentage of the residents in the surrounding area that are participating, not just in this meeting, but that have been participating and involved over the last year, however long this has been in process. We've sat here for almost 4 hours waiting for our turn to speak.
And so the question I have is what is the criteria? How do we, what do we have to do? Because right behind this, we feel like there's another twice as many units coming because as has already been said, that's probably what is going to go in there, or a good likelihood. And so that's my concern there, is that it's not just this one, it's the next one and the next one. And what, you know, we have friends all over the city. I think others do too. So what are we going to tell them? You know, is that, you know, watch out, because it's coming. If you think you have a piece of land and nothing's going to happen there, guess again, because you know, it's just going to get rubber stamped. So thank you.
Thanks, John. Next is Brock Condi. You can get your, oh, there you are. You're on the screen already. And then just say where you live.
Yep. All right. So I live on Academy Drive. And so I back up to where this development's looking at going. So like Kevin, I took a little field trip myself a couple days ago, and actually drove up to Lehigh first to take a look at this development that we've been, you know, that's being compared to. And first of all, I was kind of shocked at the similar size and as this property, and to see that there's only half of the amount of units that are up there versus where they're, you know, where we're looking at down here. And the one of the first things I noticed was each unit has a driveway. So, and I've heard now a couple of times Dean mention that they all don't have driveways. Anyway, so for what I observed up there was all of their visitor parking or whatever, the parking stalls, the majority were full. And about half of the units had a car, if not two, parked in the driveway. So then I took another field trip around town and saw other townhomes here, and of course noticed that most units have 1 to 2 cars parked in the driveway. And where I know we've talked about the reason why people aren't parking in the garage is because of storage, but the reality is that's not the only reason. And I have some experience with part of the reason why they're not doing that, which is the vehicles don't fit in the garage. The garages aren't big enough. I built a home with the Rive, and the dimensions of my 2-car garage is the same dimension that are on these townhomes, and they're not big enough. I can only park 1 car in there, a mid-sized vehicle, and my other smaller car I can't park in there. So just keep in mind that it's not just storage why people aren't parking in their garages. So if they're not able to park in their garages, they're not able to park in a driveway because we don't have a driveway. So the numbers don't quite add up for me. I know, you know, we talked about the need of having 2.5 cars per unit, but I'm not sure if that's enough. Also, with, of course, not, you know, the ability of not being able to park 2 cars in a garage, really what's going to happen is you have 132 cars if you have 2 cars per household, which in some cases are going to have more. You've only got 108 spots for 120 plus cars. So what's going to happen is they're going to end up parking on the street, and that's going to be a huge safety concern, which we already have. So anyway, my time's up, but that's my concern right now.
Thanks, Brock. Next is Rod Richardson. You can say where you live. There should be a green, or I guess yours will be red, microphone around the screen. Maybe it'll pop up if you move your mouse. All right, well, Rob, while you get that one done, let's go to Nathan Goff, and then after Nathan, we'll come back to you, Rob, if that's all right.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I appreciate your time. I appreciate you all being here and waiting through this long, tedious process. Before we get started, I would like to ask if either I could share my screen to pull up my zoning map, or if you could pull up the Spanish Fork City general plan, as well as the zoning map, as well as the street overlay for how the streets are outlined. Is that possible, or would you like me to share my screen?
Is this what you're looking at?
No, that's definitely not it. Okay. Can you pull up the general plan on that? With the overlay on it? There we go. Maybe zoom out just a smidge there, get the whole city. Can you zoom out on that map there? Awesome. A little bit more. Keep going. Don't be afraid. Can you zoom out of that? Oh, there we go. Perfect. I like it. Okay. Wonderful. So where I'd like to start is over on the other side of Spanish Fork City, really kind of the opposite side of the parcel of land that is in question right now for the current rezoning request. The other part of the city, as you can see from this really large aerial view now, is essentially has a really nice transition. You kind of look at the corner over by this big plot of green, and you go from estate residential to medium density, from medium density into, you go from estate density, estate residential into low density, into medium density. And then as you get closer to Main Street, you have this nice, beautiful transition into the zone that is being requested to be rezoned as, which is R3. Now, we might say, well, why is all this blue right here among Main Street? And it would lead me to believe, because the city planners truly do know what they're doing, in that this was actually zoned correctly. This zone is a zone that's intended for areas where you are going to have higher populations, higher access to public transit, access to shopping centers and grocery stores. Clearly, as you look at the adjacent side of the city where our community is, we do not have that. In fact, the whole surrounding area where you have the requested zone change is full of estate residential, which is where we're at. The other side in Quail Hollow is low density. And the closest R3 is, again, at City Center. So it leads me to believe that this is really a somewhat not in proper alignment with the city plan. It's not even in alignment with the general plan. I think my overall concern is, as I look at this plan, is it looks like we have this really odd piece of blue that significantly stands out from the rest of the blue, which would lead me to believe that it was a mistake. And due to the fact that it is a mistake, I think it's easily corrected. Now, the other things I have, I'm going to take a few more seconds. Take a few more seconds since it took you a minute to pull up the map. The street that we have along Del Monte and as well as Mill, both of those streets are collector streets. They're intended to collect traffic from other streets, from residential streets. If you look at Barley as it goes through to Mill, that street today is a local street, and that local street simply is not intended to take the capacity of traffic that will be driven through that street from people moving from Del Monte in and out of the townhomes down through Mill, because the distance is much shorter. There's no stop signs, and people can simply fly right through to get to the new stoplight and get out to I-15. Those residential streets are not intended for that. They're not designed for it. They simply, it will create a hazard to our children, like has already been mentioned. My request is
the next individual now.
Right. my request is that the city respect our concerns.
Mike, who's the next one?
Gavin Gordon, or sorry, Rod, we're gonna jump back to Rod.
Rod, I think will be right back on. He just sent me a note that his computer fully locked down and he's restarting.
Oh, bummer. Okay, we got enough that we can easily jump back to him. Okay, Gavin, go ahead. Gavin Gordon, do you still want to comment? Maybe he's having the same issue. Alvin, are you available?
Can you hear me okay?
I can. So go ahead and state where you
Can you
live
hear me?
and then go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Alvin Black. I live on River Hill Drive, which is the road. Basically, if you continued north on Del Monte at the stop sign, Del Monte would turn into River Hill Drive. So, and my kids go to ALA. I have a lot of my concerns have been covered by other people, but as I look at the traffic studies that was presented, the one that was, and I haven't had a chance to dive into it too much, but when I talked with the developer earlier at a meeting, the theory of the traffic that they were working on was that most of the traffic from the two developments that they're considering there on Del Monte would flow south, to the light on Del Monte. Well, I went out there and I drove it, and the problem with that kind of traffic theory is that the number of lights along Main Street. And if you look at most of what the residents do in terms of, they go north for shopping, they go north for, jobs, they go north, head towards the freeway exit to go I-15 north or towards the shopping centers there around Route 6 and so forth. And if you drive that from the proposed location of these townhomes, it's a 2-minute difference. I've timed it twice. If you take the back roads going north, which I always do going north, but from that townhome location, it's 2-minute difference. So there's no way the majority of that traffic is going to head south, according to the design plan of the developer, towards, in order to pick up Main Street or whatever to go, to essentially go north. So what you're doing is you're funneling all that traffic into a direction that I don't think is reflected in the traffic studies. The other concern I have is the traffic studies was using the term high density housing to come up with a reduced traffic count on the development. But yet we were told at the very beginning of this that the R3 designation is individual homes. And if they're attached homes, that's one thing, but the developer can't have it both ways. The developer is trying to pursue this notion of these are really high-end homes, they're doctors, they're lawyers, they're high-paid individuals, which is not your typical tenant for a multifamily property that they used in the traffic study. So I don't think the traffic study is correct. Okay, I've got just a few seconds left. Really quick here. The environmental cleanup, the developers seem to make a big deal about the fact, there's junk there. Well, that's within the city purview, if that's really a concern, to force the existing landowners to clean that up, I believe. So that shouldn't be a concern in terms of we need to redevelop it to get rid of the dumping that's been taking place there. Okay, last thing, because I'm almost out of time. There's a complete lack of understanding of the reserve and replacement model by this developer for condominiums. And the problem doesn't happen at the beginning. It happens 15 or 20 or 30 years down the road when the developer when the condo association has to replace major things like the roof, the fencing, that kind of property. And they need to raise the reserve as part of the condo association so that down the road the property doesn't fall apart. And that's when individual town homes get sold to investors is 20 years down the road, because they have to do a special assessment on the properties, and the homeowners can't afford this special assessment, so they sell them off to developers. because the properties fall apart. And
Okay,
that's,
thanks,
I guess I'm
Alan.
out of time. I don't know. Okay, thanks. I
Yeah,
appreciate your time.
thoughts. Next, is Rod or Gavin back on maybe?
I'm back on. I apologize. My computer fully locked down when you called on me.
We heard you got the blue screen of death, so glad you're back on. Go for it.
Cool. So I'm Rod Richardson. I live in one of the houses that's probably the most impacted by this. My house backs directly up to Barley, directly on the corner. Now, one of the reasons I wanted to cover 3 points. One is why we bought in Spanish Fork. We bought in this area specifically because of its rural environment. We bought because we wanted space. When we came and looked at these lots with Arrive, we were basically buying an estate home that had space close to schools and everything that we wanted. It was never represented that there would be high density housing behind us. And had we been aware of that, we probably, nor anyone else, would have bought that property. The second point is I also live right on the space where all the parking is a huge issue. Even today, with the school closed and with no development there, and in the neighborhood in lockdown, parking is still an issue on the street directly behind my house. With cars, some days there's up to 6 to 10 cars that are parked behind my home. When the school is in session, those cars have been parked on both sides of the street, making it very difficult to drive through there without a lot of congestion. We did have some conversations with the school. They did finally allow cars to park in their lot without a fee, I believe, and that did reduce some. But with high density housing going in, every place that I have been, I've never seen a high density housing development that did not have an overflow of parking into the streets. We lived in a townhome before we moved here in Pleasant Grove. Our units did have driveways and garages. And even with that, every single visitor parking spot was always full, and all of the traffic and extra cars were always spilled out into the streets. And into the evening, the cars would line all the way down all sides of the street leading up to our unit, even with those things in place. So I think it's really difficult to compare that to whatever other studies have been done. Also, the demographics in Lehigh and Pleasant Grove is a lot different. There's a young professional group that has gone into that area. In Spanish Fork, that's not quite the case. We don't have as many quote unquote white collar positions, and so as a result, the idea that those would be filled with long-term professional residents is probably not realistic. In fact, I think most of the units that are built in Spanish Fork convert to rentals rather quickly. And so I don't think we're far enough south that the people that that are professional employed people that stay in a residence for a long period of time, most people have come this far south to find housing with yards and neighborhoods. But anyway, thanks for allowing me to speak my 2 cents.
Thanks, Roger. Appreciate your comments there.
Mike,
So Gavin,
real quick. Sorry, Mike, before we jump to we've had, I think, five or six comments so far on traffic. I think the traffic point has been made. So if we could focus on things other than traffic at this point. Thanks.
Gavin, you back on now?
Yep, I am on. So I'm Gavin Gordon. I am an Arrive Homes employee, but I'm also a resident here in the neighborhood of Old Mill. I don't have a lot to say other than I hear a lot of people that talk about how they moved here because they love the small town feel, and me personally, I've probably been here, other than the locals, I've been here longer than a lot of people that live in the area. I've lived in this area my whole life, and I've lived in this neighborhood for maybe 6 years. So I'm in a difficult situation because I'm an Arrive employee, but I also am part of this neighborhood. So it's a little bit awkward at times. But all I can say is I do think Arrive would be a great thing for the community. Obviously, I'm going to say that. But I know that people have fought every little bit of development as it's come along. The old mayor, I don't know his name, but he's on here. He didn't want Old Mill in. It came. Everyone loves everyone here. I'm sure Old Mill didn't want Arrive Homes to develop Academy Park. They came. Everybody just deals with the change, and they all love everybody. And that's kind of how I see change happening. It's something's going to happen there. And Dean's probably your guys' best person to work with, because every concern that has come up, Dean's tried to address those concerns. And as concerns continue to come up, he wants to address those concerns. He doesn't want to just ignore those. So I think he's willing to work through this, and it's going to be a better opportunity than a lot of other options that could come this way. So that's all I got to say.
Great, thanks, Gavin. Tanner Jones.
Awesome, thank you. I, like Gavin, am also an Arrive employee. I actually live up in the Lehigh townhomes. I moved up there to pursue a master's degree from the University of Utah. I work in Spanish Fork. I love Spanish Fork and spend about 75% of my time in Spanish Fork and consider it home. I would love to be a resident of these townhomes. Like I said, I live in the townhome now. I love the layout. I love that there's plenty of room to grow a potential family. I don't have to take care of my yard, which is awesome. And then, as far as the Lehigh townhomes go, there's an elementary school right next door. I work outside every morning, go for runs. I don't see crazy lines of traffic ever piling up of people coming out of the townhomes. And kids are running through the neighborhood all day long, and there's never been an incident. People are very mindful. Yes, there are attorneys, there are doctors, engineers, several people that, like myself, are young professionals or professionals that want a more simplistic lifestyle. And the townhome, honestly, is a great fit for so many people outside of renters or outside of, affordable homes. So I just would like to give my support of moving forward.
Thanks, Tanner. Appreciate your time. Derek Moody.
Can you hear and see me? So I don't have anything really novel to share with you. Just wanted to be another voice with the many who've shared concerns. My concerns are not related to the quality of the Arrive.
Yeah, he didn't.
Can you see me? First it.
I have my
We can
volume
hear
up. We can't hear you very
But
well.
we can't see you.
Oh, does that make a difference?
Yeah,
Technology.
maybe hold it a little closer to your face or talk a little louder. At least on my laptop here, it's a little quiet.
Okay. I don't know if you heard anything I just said. Basically, the gist was, I think that in just listening to the many people who've made comments, there's not many concerns about the quality of the townhomes that have been suggested. It looks like that they're beautiful, good quality. It seems like someone even made the note that we don't need to hear any more concerns about the traffic or the density, but it's that obviously that's what I think most people that are in the community have concern, and I am another voice of that I do have some concerns about the high density in the area and that the area's ability to manage that. You just want to replay Wayne's statement. I thought Wayne really put it the most eloquently, that some of the original vision that he saw as early as 2005. As it's progressed, that the size of the lots that are there around the 0.3 acres really kind of has the identity, and the higher density, I think, will take away a little bit from the area. And something I think that Nate was sharing earlier as well, I thought was relevant, that when you look at the entire city map, that this one specific zone and how it has been zoned seems a little bit out of joint with the community in the area. It seems just misplaced, to be honest. And I think most people in the community kind of have that sense for it. And that's really all I wanted to share. Nothing grand or novel, just another voice with many sharing these concerns with you today. And I appreciate your time.
Thanks, Derek. Shane Presley.
Yeah, hi, I'm Shane Chrisley. I actually live in South Utah County. I live in Elkridge, and I'm actually for this community, but it has more to do with the future of my kids. When my wife and I first got married, we're a combined family. We're kind of the modern day Brady Bunch, and there's 8 of them, and they were all 9 and under. And at the time, I never could even imagine that they'd ever be moving out, that I would be, sounds terrible, but stuck with that many kids for a very long time. And then here we are, and I've got probably 4 or 5 getting ready to graduate college, wanting to move to this area. And where can they go? Where do they have a place to live? They can't afford to live in a lot of the communities, in existing communities in Spanish Fork, or in any of the communities in Lehigh. We need some more middle priced, or I don't know what the term that was originally used, places for these kids to be able to live. My daughter's gonna graduate from nursing school. My son-in-law is going to come down here, and they're going to look for medical school. My other son is getting ready to try to go to the physician's assistant school in Springville. And other than living in my basement, they need a place to live. And somebody previously commented about how people are working in Salt Lake and they're moving down here because they want a more rural place to live. Partially that's true, but another part of it is they're moving here because they can't afford to live in Salt Lake. They can't afford to live in Lehigh, PG, Springville. They're looking, then the further south you go, the less expensive it is. And unfortunately, that's going to be a problem for a very long time unless we add more affordable locations for these individuals to live. And this is a way better option, I would say, than an impound yard where junker cars just sit until people can come and pay the impound fees and get their cars out. So that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Hey, Mike. I hate to interrupt, but I'm going to go ahead and take a little liberty here. I appreciate Mr. Chrisley's comments and his willingness to share them, but I certainly hope he's going to the Planning Commission City Council meetings in Elkridge to talk to them about the need to provide housing options and different things like that in his community.
Yeah, we are. There's actually a location in Elkridge that they're planning on putting something, but who knows when that's going to be. So I do appreciate that.
Cami Hansen is next on the list.
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, if you have your camera, if you could turn it on, and then just state where you currently live.
It's my turn. Hi. I don't know that you can see me, but I am Cami Hansen, and I live on 1300 South here in the Academy Park or Academy whatever division. I am a parent of 2 kiddos that have walked and will continue to walk to Riverview. One of the questions that was brought up earlier was how many kids who are actually walking to Riverview versus being driven to Riverview. So we are not in the busing zone. We fall right outside of that. And my kids do get driven to school most days because of the fact that it is unsafe with ALA's current, with the traffic flow that are going through ALA normally. So you add the high density housing with this development that is being proposed, as well as the one, like many people have said, will come in behind it, that will add another 65 homes. I think having that it will make it even more unsafe for my kids to walk. The other thing is that, you know, looking at just having a crossing guard on 1100 South and not having it be a light, you're looking at, according to the traffic study, having, you know, 200 cars coming in and out of that street. There's no way that that crossing guard is going to be able to get as many kids that do walk to school across that street safely, and still allow the flow of traffic for those cars coming in and out of ALA and these high density housing to get anywhere. There's going to be a complete bottleneck to that system. So I, like many others, I have an Arrive home. There's no one that's going to doubt the quality, but I've lived near 2 high density housing neighborhoods in the past, and they quickly turned into renters. I had teenagers throwing water balloons at our windows in the middle of winter. So short term, yes, they're beautiful. They're going to be beautiful. Long term, they're not going to be the same, in that it is going to impact us who built here on 3rd. Our lot is actually a ½ acre. And we built here for a reason. We didn't build here to have high density going in around us. So thank you.
Thanks, Cami. Appreciate it. Next is Jake Harding.
Hello there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, if you have a camera, if you could turn on, and then just let us know where you live.
Okay. And there we go. Hi, my name is Jake Harding. I grew up here in Spanish Fork. I am not an Arrive employee. I went to school with Commissioner Warnick's kids. I married a Spanish Fork girl, and I rented an apartment here while attending college. I am not a property owner. I would very much like to be one in Spanish Fork, but I can't at this time. I will not repeat what I've already emailed to the Planning Commission this morning, but I'll briefly hit on a few major points. I'm here to represent my generation as a whole. My generation is in a really bad pickle right now. Despite the economic crashes that we've seen with coronavirus, housing prices are still going up. Housing in my generation is pretty close to unaffordable. Grade school economics teach us that in order to drive these high prices down, we need more supply. One of the key reasons that housing prices are not just rising, but they are skyrocketing, is that so many neighbors like these ones are refusing to have these types of developments in their backyard. It's putting an almost unbearable load on the children of the very people that are opposing it. To address the parking issue that was brought up earlier, I believe that on-street parking is absolutely a great thing for this development, because we've talked about the safety of the children in this area that will be walking on this road. If I lived in these townhomes, I would love to park on the street to protect not just my kids, but those kids who will be walking there. It adds an extra buffer from the traffic that will be walking by there, that will be driving by there. If traffic really is the main concern of this development, I believe that it is worth the cost to have a few more minutes in commute times of residents in order to address this major housing crisis. To address the general plan issues that have been talked about here, what else can go here? The ground is so contaminated. below it that in order for any developer of any kind, commercial, industrial, or otherwise, they have to create a higher density and a higher intense use, which would generate more traffic. This option actually would be the least traffic generating option for this site. I would just ask the Planning Commission to remember that there are so many working moms and dads who are nurses and policemen and so forth, who are not here, who absolutely need this development, and they cannot voice their opinion tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jake. Next is Josh Chavez.
Thank you for hearing from me tonight. I appreciate sorry about that. Thank you for hearing from me tonight. I appreciate making time to listen. I just wanted to start with a brief reminder that you are the Planning Commission. Your job tonight is to make a recommendation to the City Council on whether or not to rezone this piece of land and to change or to approve a plat map. Your planning is to address and look at the present and future needs of traffic, the proper segregation of business and residential districts and various types of residential districts. You are to be aware of the convenience of people and persons as it pertains to their flow throughout the city and to schooling and as a community. Your priority is the safety of people and their property, as far as you can be concerned when it comes to planning and zoning. These things help you be aware of saving money for the city, set expectations for future development, and set the ground rules for future development. Doing so, you're able to improve the development of our Spanish Fork economy, improve the quality of life of all of us as residents. And this Planning Commission is to provide a forum, which I appreciate you opening up to public comment for us as a community to reach a consensus on what makes sense for our city and for this area. We really appreciate you letting us have this public hearing tonight, and we hope that you will take the time to consider the thoughts that we as citizens have brought to you. We're very concerned about the safety of our children, very concerned about maintaining our property values, and very concerned about setting precedents so that all the property to the south and as we continue out to the west is developed in a means that would provide the best value to our community now and in the future. We ask that you will consider these and hear us, and we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. Next is Mark Booth.
Everybody, Mark Booth. I live right on Barley Drive. I am a huge lover and supporter of Spanish Fork. I grew up here. My parents, Randy and Susan Booth, have been here for about as long as we can remember. My grandparents, Alan Johnson, Wayne Booth, and their spouses lived here for a long time, and I love what Spanish Fork has become. Let's be really clear about a couple of things. There is no question as to if Arrive Homes produces incredible products. They do. There is no question and no concern here about, are we against high density housing? We're not. We're against high density housing in the location where it's being proposed. We're very against the fact that there is not a gradual push towards that high density, like there is with precedents in other parts of Spanish Fork. Those are our big concerns. This has nothing to do, absolutely zero to do with loving the people who will come in. Absolutely. The people in Old Mill, the people in Arrive, or wherever else they are, we will welcome them whenever they come. However, this is against what is in the general plan by looking at the gradual nature of what's supposed to happen with high density. This is really a zoning issue. We understand and we feel for Dean. We understand that the only reason that he is having to put high density housing is because the price that the landowner is asking is astronomical. My understanding, and don't quote me, is that he's asking $1.6 million. Well, you're not going to be able to put third acre lots on 5 acres for $1.6 million. The math just doesn't add up. It's not possible. So Dean, we totally hear you. We're thankful that he's working with us. And if this does go that direction, we hope he'll continue to work with us. We want what Mayor Anderson has talked about. We want 3rd-acre lots. As he talked about before, that's what he was under the understanding was going to be happening here. If it's rezoned for 3rd-acre or even 1/4-acre lots, I can promise you that we have buyers, probably including Dean, right now, if the price was the right price, who would buy it. I talked to a developer just the other day who would love to put 1/4-acre lots on it. There is a group in the neighborhood who's already been talking about wanting to develop it ourselves. If the price is right, and the reason that it's zoned right now, and Mr. Morley's currently asking 1.6 million or whatever it is, there is no other way to make that money work. We've got a group who's also talking about, well, we could put a doctor's office or a dentist office. You can't do that with $1.6 million on 5 acres. So I think our big ask is just please listen to these people who are so concerned for so many good reasons, and thank you for your service.
Thanks, Mark. Jared Galovich. Jared?
I just want to add I guess my sentiment to what Mark just said. We don't have any issues with the Rive. We live in Arrive Homes and we like the space. I've lived in Spanish Fork my whole life. And the issues we've covered with the traffic, there's other options for that property besides rezoning it to R3. And I think we should look at that for the safety. And why increase and create more problems and more traffic and more safety risks when there are other options? And so I just want to take that into consideration in light of all the other things that have already been added. Thank you.
Thanks, Jared. Dan Brandt. If you can get your camera on and let us know where you live, that'd be great.
Is it working? Okay.
Yeah.
So I live on Academy Drive as well. I listened to the information about the traffic study, and we do live there. MATC does bring more traffic. The cars are always in the road. The neighbors come flying down through, and I agree 100% with what Mark is saying. You guys are pinched between the price of the seller. You're being asked to make something happen because one individual wants that much money. And I really feel for Dean. I understand that he's in a bad situation to make the math work. And I know he wants to build out a good product, but it seems like we're trying to make something work that just shouldn't be there. It's just a weird strip of land. It's zoned kind of weird. And we would ask, and I would ask that you not cave into this, but let's zone it the right way so that it becomes a benefit and a blessing to everyone. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Dan. Ashley Okerlund.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, and let us know about where you live at.
I live in the Old Mill Estates. I appreciate the city official councils. I appreciate your guys' time. I have family members who have served commissioners and mayors, and I get this is time away from your family, and you are addressing concerns of both city and residents. And at times it's not the nicest, but anyways, my comment is in regards, I agree with all of the residents on traffic, on safety. But I really have to comment on Shane Chrisley, who I guess is a Rive real estate agent. I need that to be on record that was a rude and unfair assumption on his part as to the reason we choose not to live up north is we can't afford it. He does not know what we can or cannot afford. The majority of us here choose to live here because of the small town feel. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ashley. Next is Kason Shank. Kason, you ready to go? He just commented a few minutes ago they wanted to be on, so we added him at the end there. If he doesn't hop on here in the next minute or so, that was all the people who asked to comment. So Commissioner Euler, I guess if Kason isn't available, then that'd be back to you.
Give him 10 more seconds.
Said he wanted to comment at 10:37, so I can imagine he went too far.
All right. Okay, let's, I feel like we've got a good variety of comments, questions, concerns from all of the residents. I took notes. I assume some of the other commissioners took notes as well. So at this point, let's move out of public hearing. Excuse me. And let's address some of the things that were brought up tonight. Some of the notes that I've got are, and I think this is probably other than traffic, this is probably the biggest issue that came up, and that is just the general feel of the development in the area, that it's not consistent with the general plan or with the area. And I don't know if Dave or anyone from the city wants to talk about that. One thing that maybe Dave could address is the buffering that takes place between, that was discussed also, that when we look at the general plan, they typically you see a buffer between low density, high density, commercial. Maybe that could be addressed a little bit about how that process works. Maybe Dave can also discuss the rezoning process, how a property ends up being rezoned. Is it the city that rezones that, or is it the developer? If this isn't rezoned tonight, what happens with that property? What are the options there? So maybe that's something that can be discussed at some point. Other issues again are traffic. A lot of concern about the traffic. I'm not a traffic expert. That's not what I do for a living. I don't do the studies. I don't crunch the numbers. And so in all of the planning commission meetings that I've attended, which is 3 years worth now, I've relied that information on the experts and trusted what they have to say. So maybe maybe if the commissioners have any more concerns, questions that need to be brought up with traffic, I think more affordable housing is a very good argument as well in favor of this type of development. We all know that we definitely need more housing with the housing crisis that's going on. Obviously, the concern is this the right place for this? So I don't know, a lot of things to think about. I'm curious to know some of the other thoughts of planning commissioners at this point.
Kevin, before we begin this kind of discussion, could we take a 5-minute break?
Absolutely. It's almost 11:15, so yeah, I think that would be justified. So it's all right. Let's take 5 minutes and return and continue discussion. All right, the 5 minutes are up. So welcome back, everyone. So I would like to hear some input from some of the other commissioners after what we've heard from both the staff, the developer, the citizens, the neighbors. What are your thoughts? What do you guys think? Don't speak all at once.
Who's gonna go first?
Donnie, you can go first.
The new girl goes first. Just everyone, this is my second meeting. But I feel like I am totally torn in half on this situation, just to be upfront. Because it seems like a great development. Like he's done a really good job and it's beautiful. I also drove up to Lehigh and looked around. One difference I saw in Lehigh that was different than here that hasn't been addressed is that there's big wide roads that surround that area. They are beautiful wide roads. We turned the minivan, we did a big old, probably illegal U-turn in the middle of that road. And when I drove on these roads today, they are little tiny roads that are concerning for adding more development. But my other question is also driving down that road, I thought, what are the other options realistically for this swath of road? You're coming into two nice developments on either side of this road, and then all this junky area. What realistically is going to add to the beauty of this development, add to the value of this development as they're developed? That's my question. What are the other options that would be great?
Thank you, Shauna. Commissioner Warren, excuse me. Commissioner Mitchell, Commissioner Mendenhall, Commissioner.
I got a couple comments from the residents, points they brought up. And I don't know if we can maybe get, if we want the people that brought up to address, because they brought up some questions that intrigued me. So Tammy Hansen brought up that we put your suggestion, Kevin, of having a crossing there at the intersection of 1100 and Del Monte, that would really bottleneck that area. Is Ryan still on that he could maybe address how that would impact things?
Yeah, I'd be glad to address that. Commissioners, I believe there are a couple of things that I might want to address, and just to help give you additional information. I served as a planning commissioner and I appreciated information, so I'll give you a little more information to help you with your decision. Let me address the first one on 1100 and Del Monte. So the question about school children crossing the road with a crossing guard, yes, it certainly does slow down the traffic and it creates potentially a little more congestion, but the safety outweighs the congestion in that regard. I live near an elementary school. The crossing guard stops traffic on both directions when she is crossing the traffic. So she doesn't just stop the east-west traffic, she stops north-south as well. The whole intersection comes to a gridlock, but that's okay. We learn to deal with that, and that's what we'd expect. We want it to be safe, and so certainly as the school looks at their Safe Routes to School plan, their SNAP plan, and they look at a potential for a crossing guard there, it could make a lot of sense. And I totally understand that.
And I don't think the question is about if we should do it or not because of the safety, Ryan. I think it was, my question at least is, has that been factored into the impact of times of people waiting to turn into 1100?
No, we did not look at the school crossing guard and what kind of additional delay that would add. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes. Yeah, I don't think anybody's saying they didn't want it because they didn't want to be safe. They're just saying, if you do that, it's going to impact and make wait times longer. And I was wondering if that had been reviewed at all in your studies.
Again, the answer would be no, but certainly, as I stated before, it will add a little more delay. That's okay. It's a safety issue. And I think that trumps the delay values. When looking at one of the other questions was brought up about the townhome numbers and volumes and saying that they were from city centers, they're not. And I apologize, I'm taking on a quick tangent. There are 11 reviewers from across the country who review the Trip Generation Manual. I was one of them. I know this manual inside and out. There are 29 studies that were completed for different townhomes from across the country. Those townhomes were generated from a multitude of different locations, including Utah. That being said, it wasn't downtown. We did not do any transit reductions on this. They are straight up townhomes in drivable type communities. So again, it's factored from across the country. It's a national standard that's utilized. Question about traffic going to the south. The current traffic volumes, there are more people going south right now on Del Monte than there are going north. And that's coming out of the local subdivisions. It's the traffic that many of the people that are involved with here live in the local area. And there's more traffic going to the south. The numbers bore that out when we actually did the count. Trip generation for multifamily does generate less trips than single family. That is true. And I did point that out early on in the trip generation discussion. So the TIS is correct. It's based on correct principles. A couple pieces of information that might be beneficial to not only the commissioners, but to some of the public who's online. There are questions about the land use, and if the land use were changed, or if it were only modified, or if it, we're not allowed to be townhomes. Let me just talk about the trip generation from each of the different groups so that you kind of know what we're talking about. When you compare multifamily, the trip generation from the multifamily, there are 65 units. It would generate about 42 trips during that evening peak hour. Light industrial, if we take the property and we split it down the middle, and we make half the property light industrial and half as an office building, it would generate 88 trips. It would be twice as much traffic. General light industrial, if the whole property were zoned light industrial, you would have 60 trips. If it were just a general office building only, you would have 110 trips. That comparison, I hope, gives you a little bit more information. The multifamily is really the lowest trip generator out of that grouping. Commissioners, I believe that's all I had that I wanted to respond to. Any additional questions that I might be able to address?
One other question I had also, Jason Rasmussen commented that the plan you showed for the ALA drop off is already the one being utilized. So they already have the one approach closed off and they're utilizing that, or is that the case, or is it not the case? How is that currently being done?
Yeah, so the group that was comprised of to look at that study for ALA included members from the ALA charter school, some of their administration. So there could be some things that they have implemented at this point and some things that they have not. But that would be one aspect that A, could have been implemented, or B, since they were in the meeting, we continued to discuss that. I was not at each one of the meetings, but they were involved. And the plan that was derived to be the best plan out of all of them was plan number 5 out of, again, I think it was around 17 different options. That is the one that the school agreed with. It's the one that the city agreed with. It's the one that UDOT looked at and agreed with. So everybody has come together to create this plan. Whether one part of that is currently functioning right now or not, it really takes the whole and the totality of it. That roundabout intersection really creates a lot of what we were looking at, because we're able to take the traffic out in 2 lanes on the west side of the project, so that the traffic is, when it flows out of the ALA charter school, there are 2 right turns that go down to the roundabout. Because of that, that facilitates the overall site not getting too congested. So it's an overall package. We can't just look at it for the way it exists today. We've got to look at the totality of those recommendations and what those mean and how they help the overall traffic flow in the area.
Okay. Thanks, Ryan. And then one other thing that Cammie was bringing up in talking about the crosswalk is the number of people that are walking. I don't know if there's anybody that can answer that question. How many people how utilized are the sidewalks or the walking routes to ALA or down to Riverview?
Commissioner Kevin Euler asked me to pull that up. The study that we did, unfortunately, wasn't on the Del Monte. It was looking at possibly putting a flashing pedestrian sign and some other things to help pedestrian safety along 1100 South. So if I can highlight this, we looked here. so it's not as helpful as having one in the corner. I realize what our discussion is, but we counted for 2 different days during the peak times. And in a half-hour period, there were 73 kids on one of the days. And then on the other one, in a half hour, there was 80 kids across that spot right here.
Okay. And then my last question is just a general comment, and it's probably for Dave. There's been a lot of comments about the general plan not being correct for this area because the not gradual transition or it even being a mistake. The general plan that shows this as mixed use when was that put in place? I believe it was 2010.
That's correct.
And you maybe expand on the reasoning. I mean, I guess because of the past use of the area is the reason why it was designated as that currently.
I think that certainly is one of the main reasons, truly. And yeah, Commissioner Euler asked a question a little bit earlier that's made me think a little bit. So maybe just talk more about the general plan for a minute if I can. To be clear, like I've said, the city's general plan, it's an advisory document. It is policy, and it's policy that we make every effort to follow. For example, staff would not recommend a zone change that's not consistent with the general plan and in whatever fashion that might come about. The general plan also clearly, I mean, there is some subjectivity relative to how different people can view the general plan. I think different perspectives as to what the general plan is promoting or is trying to create, or different things like that can certainly be valid relative to the broad goals that the city in the time that I've spent working for Spanish Fork is trying to accomplish with the general plan. Certainly creating land use relationships where neighboring land uses, different land uses work well together, where they don't create adverse impacts between one another. That's always been a priority, I think, for Spanish Fork City. And, you know, I'll weigh in now on something that I know is very subjective, but also I'd say in my experience, looking back at the way that Spanish Fork has been developing for truly the last 30 years, it has been very, very common over the years for Spanish Fork City to take very, very explicit steps to try to encourage neighborhoods to develop with different types of housing in each part of the community. One example of that for me, which I think may in some ways be similar to what's being discussed here, south of the Sierra Bonita Elementary School on the northeast bench, there is an Ivory Homes development that was built probably from about 2010 to 2015. At the time, that was certainly one of the few projects that we had in the community that truly was move-up housing, you know, not entry-level housing, but something different from that. And while that development was being built, we had townhomes right next door to that. And I didn't ever hear a complaint from Ivory about any values being impacted by the presence of the townhomes next to it, or anybody expressing concerns about proximity to that development and what they were purchasing in Ivory's project and so forth. In that particular case, you don't have some of the real site-specific buffering that would come into play with the project that we're talking about now, you know, where again, there's almost 200 feet between what would be the property lines. There it's a very different arrangement. There are other projects in the community we could look at as well, where either twin homes or townhomes or different things like that are really integrated in particular neighborhoods. And I really do believe that those neighborhoods have aged well, that they've proven that conceptually different types of housing can coexist in close proximity to one another without having a detrimental impact on either side. Again, you know, that I know is something that different people will disagree with. But I think in part that is one of the things indeed that as we looked at back in, it was really 2008 and 2009 when we started work on that version of the general plan that was adopted in 2010. Why we felt comfortable with the idea that some different uses could coexist and, relatively close proximity to one another and not be a problem. In fact, certainly there's a train of thought that would suggest that that's a healthy thing. That's a good thing for a neighborhood, for a community as a whole. For example, I would certainly say that the idea that you'd want to very distinctly separate different types of housing and different land uses into different parts of communities. That's a model that was widely adopted in the United States after World War II. And most communities that went that route have spent decades trying to fix that from a land use perspective and to deal with the detrimental impacts that come from those types of segregated land use relationships that that resulted. Again, trying to zero in on your question though, Del Monte Road, I was reminded tonight, just even, we've talked about the storage units on the corner of Arrowhead Trail in Del Monte, and I think there's some question now as to whether or not that project's actually going to happen, which we'll see. We'll know fairly soon about that. But that's not the first that's not the first storage unit project that was approved for that site. Another one was approved back in, I think it was 2009. So, again, thinking back, there was the American Leadership Academy kind of on the north end of Del Monte Road. There were huge piles of concrete debris and things like that then on the property that we're talking about tonight, adjacent to the American Leadership Academy to the south. Then you had the newly operational MATC. Then you had the Teeny property. Then you had what we thought were going to be storage units at that time on the corner. And for a lot of reasons, that didn't seem then like an arrangement that made sense for really big, expensive homes. I think I still feel that way personally. And again, different people can have different opinions, and we certainly respect that as staff. But again, I just maybe emphasize that from our perspective, we don't feel like, in our experience in Spanish Fork, that there are problems that are inherent to having different types of housing in different neighborhoods. We certainly have not experienced safety related issues from traffic and that sort of thing. We certainly don't see upticks in crime in newly built, particularly owner occupied housing developments in the community. So I'll throw that out and maybe end with, I think if indeed this part of the community is something that needs to be reevaluated relative to what the long range vision for the area is, it'd be a totally appropriate exercise to undertake. We'd probably look for the Planning Commission to kind of spearhead that. And I think that's worth considering as well.
Thanks, Dave. That's my question. My question is mostly based on, I wanted to know the history behind why that was zoned that way, just to get clarity on that. I appreciate that.
I have a comment. There's several comments that I'd like to just go through. It's interesting that the first thing on our agenda tonight involves my neighborhood and the concerns that my neighbors had with the impending development of phase 2 of our development. There were a lot of the same questions raised, but that was about the end of the similarity between everything that went on with this proposal. I'd just like to go over a couple of things that came to my mind as we had the comments given by the public. And I really appreciate the public, and I want to thank them for all of their comments. It's not easy to make those comments known and lay your feelings out there like they did. This is a unique situation. This road and this development are very unique. They have terrible roads in this area. A comment was made by Shauna that when they took a look up north at the other development that was up there, we found the same thing, that the roads were huge, nice. And so they didn't have the same traffic issues that this area is going to have. Also, they didn't have a development that's been there for a long time like we have here in this situation. The problems that were talked about, nearly all of the problems that were mentioned by the citizens out there already exist, with the exception of this development. We already have bad traffic problems. We have problems with the sidewalks and kids getting to school and all of that. And so how much worse will it get as there's more development there? It's not just this development, it's going to be the entire area that develops, especially along Del Monte. And, one of the things that we've talked about a little bit in the past has been that, generally speaking, when we have more development, it actually improves roads and gives us an opportunity to widen and to make use of some new ways to do things, and better traffic enforcement, things like that. I'm not sure that I understand that completely, how much worse it will be or how much better it's going to be. If the roads were not the huge issue that they are now, would the residents be more receptive to this kind of a development? I don't know that. I do know that most all the residents that I have talked to, and the ones tonight, are very protective of their third acre lots that they have now. And they don't want to see something less than that goes in there. Up here on our development, hey, we've got the same issue of not wanting smaller lots. We do have condos that are down below me along Fairway Drive. Those are very nice. They have been there for a lot longer than our development here. And they have not negatively affected our values at all. As a matter of fact, people usually comment that they're pretty nice. I think another concern of mine is that if this development goes in as proposed, is it the first shoe to fall? It seems awfully logical to me that if this property next to ALA and then butted on the other side by MATC is approved, then it's just logical that the next property and the next property right down to Arrowhead Trail will be developed, and relatively quickly. Why wouldn't it? Anybody that's sold ground wants the highest price they can get, and then the developer wants the highest price he can get for the development of that property. And I don't deny that right to anybody. That's the way that the world goes around. And that concerns me with, if this 65 units is a hard pill to swallow, what is the rest of the road going to look like? And if this isn't what we want there, what's the alternative? As we heard about the traffic study, it sounds like other things like businesses and things like that seem to be the alternative for some people would actually increase the traffic, not help it. It seems like it would really hurt it more than anything else. I guess this is probably the most divided an issue that I've seen since serving on this commission. On one hand, we've got a very, very good project proposed here, and everyone has expressed their confidence in Arrive Homes and Dean, and I echo that. This project is a great project. But then what we've run into is not in my backyard, and we all understand that as well. And tonight we heard from many residents. If I wrote down right, we had about 20 people that spoke tonight. And to tell you the truth, you know, there were only 3 or 4 that were in favor of the project, and 3 of the 4 did not live in the area. I'm very, very aware that we need more affordable housing, and that higher density is not a bad word. But by the same token, there are communities on both sides of us that are not having very many high density projects being built, and they can't keep people off the ground. It is being developed as fast as they can in those 2 communities. They don't have the tax base that Spanish Fork has, and I don't know how they're going to survive it. But that's what they're doing, is building larger homes on larger lots. And that seems to be the way that they're both going on north and south of us. So this is something that is a very hard issue for me. It seems like if there was ever a time that you would want to listen to residents, it would be when they're unified like they are here. Never seen it before that they've been this unified on any kind of a subject. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Mendenhall. Commissioner Trainer, do you have any comments?
Yes, just real shortly. If the zoning stays as is, have the residents up there really thought about what kind of industrial development could end up in their backyard, which would be way worse, in my opinion, than the housing development. The other thought I have, has this gone before the Development Review Committee? And are there findings from the Development Review Committee other than their broad overall recommendation to pass it on to approve it and pass it on up the line? If the Development Review Committee, well, they have looked at it, but as a commissioner, I'd like to see what the Development Review Committee discussed and came up with. And just to make sure we're not reinventing the wheel between us and the Development Review Committee. But I think there's got to be a solution here. I didn't hear anybody from those neighborhoods say they wanted the existing industrial development zoning on that piece of land. That if they really looked at it closely, they would find out that it's not something that they wanted, that maybe the housing or a scaled back version of the current plan would be better. So
Commissioner Withers, do you want me to take a minute on the Development Review Committee?
Let me just follow up real quick on Commissioner Tanner's comments. One thing that I've learned being on the Planning Commission is the legality of things when it comes to zoning. Right now, the reason this is before us is because we're wanting to do a zone change. But if that property owner with the industrial zone were to approach the city and say, I want to put whatever that meets the industrial zone criteria, legally, we couldn't tell them no. Is that correct, Dave?
There, in fact, I wish maybe we would have provided this information now rather than to reference back Rive's presentation tonight, but the uses that they described that could happen on that property, those are available for property owners today to put into play by right, is what we would call it. So that would be without the city having any opportunity to intervene and to object if somebody wanted to build an automotive repair shop on the property or have a manufacturing use constructed there. Things that honestly I think are somewhat inconceivable. But yet that is a concern for us as staff because again, with those uses being allowed as permitted uses in those zones, the criteria someone would have to meet to be able to put those into action on this property would certainly be easy to meet.
I think what most property owners or neighbors that live up there would like to see on that, I can say this because I can see my house on the map. This is in my backyard. So I do live pretty close to the area. So I can speak to this. I think most of them would like to see what's already there. And that's already been stated, 3rd-acre lots. The problem with that is the land that this sits on. You're not going to be able to build 3rd-acre lots and do the cleanup that this property is going to need and be able to make any money on homes that are 3rd acre or larger. So that's the reason why Arrive is trying to put what they are on this piece of property. So other than residential, R3, we show that R3, the traffic studies show that's the least impactful of everything they've looked at. Realistically, we're never going to be able to get R12 or R15 on this piece of property because of the amount of work it would take to clean it up. It's not feasible. It's not worth the expense. So that would leave it as an industrial. And it goes back to Commissioner Trainer's question. Does everybody in the area really understand what could end up there that we as a city and as a commission wouldn't have the ability to object because legally we can't once they propose something that fits that zoning criteria. So, I support the residents with this much turnout, with this many people that are involved in saying, I have a hard time going against what they would want in their area. They're the ones that have to live there. And so I would support them in that regard. But I would hope that everybody that's living in that area really considers and thinks about what the alternatives might end up being if you don't take a development, which I think everybody agrees is a beautiful, amazing development. So I'm concerned about what the alternatives will be. If it's not going to stay what it is right now, eventually it will be developed. But what do you put there? That's the question.
And Kevin, can I clarify? That's why there are storage units approved for that area. That's why they had the permit, because they fit the criteria and they got the okay because they fit the criteria.
The criteria, and legally we could not tell them no.
Right.
Dave, I'll turn the time over to you if that's all right now.
Yeah, that just really quickly. I think Brandon touched on this, now was hours ago, but simply put, the Development Review Committee, we discussed this last week, a week ago today. The Development Review Committee did recommend that both the proposed zone change and the proposed preliminary plat be approved. The discussion probably wasn't as robust during that meeting as you as commissioners might have expected. That was largely because we've been talking about this project for just about a year. Several of us have been in multiple neighborhood meetings where the various issues were discussed. And again, I'm just sharing this from our perspective as staff, where the issues that have been discussed tonight are pretty common with developments that happen throughout the entire community. I don't want to make it sound like we've taken them lightly or that we would, but the specific land use question for us as staff, I don't think has been a challenge to deal with. We felt like this particular use at this location makes perfect sense. I would say this, that the particular project that's been proposed tonight, speaking for myself, one of the reasons that I felt comfortable being part of the recommendation to have the zoning changed for that is that this would be, I think, without question, using whatever measurables we want to use, the nicest townhome development in the community. And I think to the points that were raised by the surrounding neighbors, clearly, certainly Quail Hollow, Old Mill Estates, other projects in the area, they are among the nicest neighborhoods in the community. And you would expect that any other types of housing that would be added to that mix would likewise be top of the line regardless of the type of housing that that would be. And, not to try to sound like I'm wanting to be persuasive here, but just to describe my motivation, if this project were to get approved and these townhome units were to get constructed, it would certainly help Spanish Fork City as a whole raise the bar relative to what we could expect other developers to do in terms of any kind of multifamily development. So we talked about a bunch of different things, again, in the DRC meeting, but really didn't get into a lot of detail relative to findings of fact and that sort of a thing. The approval was simply based on staff's perspective that the proposed zone change is consistent with the general plan and the fact that the proposed preliminary plat is consistent with the city standards then for the R3 zone. I'm kind of glossing over what also has been a big thing for us. We know there are traffic problems today that primarily are the result of the charter school. And we feel like this project, with the contribution that would come from the charter school, property owner, and Arrive Homes, would enable the city to take probably the most significant step that we could take to resolving, or to at least addressing or improving the situation, maybe rather I'd say, relative to traffic on Mill Road, 11th South, Del Monte Road, that's related to the American Leadership Academy. So that's also one of the reasons that the Development Review Committee has recommended that this project be approved.
Thank you, Dave.
Can I ask one other thing? There was somebody said that they had talked to some developers that would want to develop single family homes in this area. Is the interest really there, is my question? In that they could just have regular neighborhoods there?
Meaning 3rd-acre lots?
Yeah, either third acre or quarter acre lots. I thought I wrote down who said that, but I can't remember. Do you go back to
I
the
think it was
drawing?
Mark, I think Mark Booth brought that up in his comments.
Right.
You'd have to sell those homes for quite a bit more than I think what current homes in that neighborhood would sell for, in order to make up the cost that you would have to get back on the land cleanup. And I've not done the math. I don't know for sure, but my assumption is there's a reason why they're not putting 3rd-acre lots already on that property. Based on the number that was thrown out on what the property owner's trying to sell it for, that also would need to come into play. You're not going to make back that much money on 3rd-acre lots or higher as you would with the proposal that's before us. Any other thoughts? Any other comments? One thing that I've noticed is that there was a lot of talk of preserving the 3rd-acre lots, but looking at quite a few of the homes that are already built and developed in that area, not all of them are a 3rd acre. There's a decent handful that are a quarter acre, 11,000 plus square feet, but not the 15,000 square feet. So one thing that I noticed, one thing to be aware of as well. Do we want to, I don't know, how do you guys as commissioners, how do you want to, do we want to make a motion at this point? Do we want to discuss where everybody's leaning before we make a motion? Any final thoughts? What does everyone think?
My feeling right now is I'm leaning towards the project, but since this is the first time we're getting hit with it, I feel like the city's had much more interaction with the last year with Arrive, and they've seen the concessions and the work they've done on the traffic study. And I'm still trying to wrap my head around that. I don't know if there's a way to look more into some solutions that could alleviate the concerns that we heard over and over again, which was traffic and safety. But I feel like that's already been done over the last year between Arrive and the city staff. So, and like Dave was saying, I think the improvements to 1100 there are going to go quite a ways in helping out with that traffic problem already.
Are those improvements going to happen? Sorry, I guess I've got a question. Are those improvements going forward if this development doesn't go forward? Will the roundabout still be put in place?
They have to have the contribution by the current property owner and Arrive to have that happen, I believe.
As I understand it, the contribution that they'd be making, about $300,000, would pay for something between a half of the cost of that project, and well, I should say a third to half of the cost of that, maybe $600,000 or $700,000 project. Whether that then happens without these townhomes, I think it's very important to note that if this project doesn't happen, that certainly could still occur. Those improvements to 11th South and Mill Road with the roundabout and so forth, they could still happen. But that'd just be a budget issue that ultimately the city council would have to work out. I think there's a much higher likelihood. In fact, I'd go as far as to say that I think we anticipate the council committing to do, maybe the city's half. If the property owner and ALA, somebody else makes a significant contribution.
Not sure how you'd build half a roundabout. Right.
Yeah, obviously that wouldn't happen. So it's either full freight on the part of the city or we have some kind of a partner there to help with it.
Okay.
Right. Budget at the city is tight right now. I just listened to that conversation last night.
We all know better than to ask for money right now. That's for sure.
I would sure love to hear if there really are some other people that are serious about developing that property that is more in harmony with what's already there with the homes. I'm not sure how that would happen, but I'd rather wait and hear about that than jump in. If it could have happened to be more in good faith with what the agreements were early on. I don't know.
Is there anyone that wants to address Shauna's, Commissioner Warnick's comments?
I think maybe the only person that might be able to address that has participated tonight would be the applicant, if you wanted to look to them to talk about that. I mean, they have the property under contract. I don't have any idea what those terms are or anything like that, but
I think the dollar amount was 1.6 million. Is that right, Mark? And it's 5.95 acres, so put it about 280,000 an acre of raw land. I'm not in the real estate business to know what that would mean, but that was just a number to put out there.
If I'm not mistaken, there was someone who made a comment, and I can look at my notes to find out who it was, that said that there were people in that existing subdivision who were thinking about purchasing that property and developing it themselves. I don't know if those people have that kind of ability to do that. But we all would like to, buy low and sell high. And I think if you're looking to find somebody else that would buy that property and get a lot less lots out of it or a lot less units out of it than what you have now, you'd have a hard time. There's been an offer And obviously it's the high offer, or else the seller would have taken the other offer. So I'm not sure that you'll find anybody that's going to give much more than what's been offered.
Thoughts or comments? Been a late meeting, so. Dave, you look like you're about to say something.
Just what you just said, it's late. Maybe just to reiterate the different options that the commission has. You could take action to recommend the approval of the zone change in the preliminary plat. Likewise, you could recommend that they be denied. You could continue them to another meeting. That would be the planning commission meeting in June. So the first Wednesday in June. I think there's good reason to think that maybe we won't make necessarily the best decision at 11:30 at night. But that's for you to decide.
Okay. My thoughts on continuing are, if we were to continue, what really is going to change between tonight and when we meet again? I really don't see much changing. So my opinion, I don't feel like we need to continue this, but that's just my opinion. My thoughts are, and I'll just share what I'm thinking. Personally, I don't have an issue with this development going in. I feel like it fits. I feel like it's got good connector roads. The traffic experts, ones that actually do the studies and know what they're talking about, seem to think that it wouldn't be an issue. My biggest concern is I've been on the planning commission for 3 years, and this is probably the biggest citizen turnout that we've had in a meeting. And I need to consider that as well. These are the people that live there. They're the ones that will have whatever gets developed there in their backyards. With as much turnout as there is tonight, I think that's something I need to consider as well. But I say that with a grain of salt in that I'm concerned that if not this, then what? I really feel like this is the best option that we're going to get for this piece of property. But then at the same time, as Commissioner Mendenhall said, you're opening the door. Once this goes in, then you're opening up the other properties on that road to be developed likewise. How can we tell one person that, yeah, you can do it on your property, but we can't tell someone else? So consider. So those are my thoughts. If any other commissioners have any final thoughts, I'd like to hear them. Otherwise, I would entertain a motion.
Just one more thing. I think the main reason I would want to continue is after all of the neighbors have heard all the statistics, and the options, I would be interested in hearing feedback from them about if it's changed anybody's mind about what the realistic options are for that.
Okay.
Because I really am hearing the neighbors too about their concerns.
So if we continue this, Dave, it will be on our next planning commission meeting, but the city council won't see it until after we've discussed it again as a planning commission. Is that correct?
That is correct. We wouldn't hold a second public hearing with the planning commission in June, but that'd be the next meeting, and at least it's our typical practice, like we did with Oak Ridge Cove tonight, to have that continued item be the first item on your agenda.
Dave, I
Right.
have one more comment. I agree with Shauna in that I don't know if our discussion tonight has had any impact on the opinions of the neighbors, of the people that live in this area. I made the comment earlier, and I stand by it. If they're not going to be for this project, then what would they be in favor of, short of 1/3 acre lots on there? And I don't know who's going to be able to do that and make $1. So I don't know, Dave, my question to you is that you had many of these same people in meetings that you attended and most recently in DRC. Do you have any feeling for this issue? I'd like to see some kind of an agreement that could be made that makes these people feel like they're a part of the discussion, because to tell you the truth, I really have a hard time with ignoring the wishes or at least the opinions of the way it's looking, you know, about 85% of the residents at the very least, maybe 100% of the residents in that neighborhood. So what are your feelings, Dave? Or are we just postponing something? Kevin said that's the inevitable. I see no need for that, unless there's something that could be, you know, some compromise point, some way that we could take care of some of the issues that these neighbors have brought forth. I don't see too many ways that that's going to be done personally. So I'd like to ask you, Dave, what's your feeling on that?
Boy, there's been considerable effort, like I said, over the course of certainly the last 8 or 9 months, if not longer than that, to try to address every concern that's been raised about the development of this property, the townhomes. I think we've described that effort pretty well tonight. I certainly don't want to speak for anybody other than myself, you know, not any of the neighbors. But I don't think that there will be more necessarily added on the part of the developer in terms of anything that would help address their concerns. Likewise, I don't know what else we as staff would do to help people feel more comfortable with it short of this. And, you know, I mean, as proposed, 65 townhomes. Personally, I've never liked playing the numbers game. I don't believe that projects with 60 townhomes are any better than projects with 65. But yeah, you mentioned what I thought was maybe trying to come up with some type of a compromise. I'd throw that out, maybe just as food for thought for the applicant. If, you know, there maybe is some other number. Again, I don't necessarily think that would make the project any better. I think what we've heard tonight about traffic and different things with 65 homes is not being a reason for concern. But that's probably the only thing that I would sit down with the applicant and talk about in an effort to try to come up with something that would be more palatable.
Except though, Dave, that those reduced townhomes could create more room for parking inside the development itself.
Boy, and I'll tell you, if parking is a concern for the planning commission, tell the applicant. I feel.
My comment was that it was brought up from citizens that have been on there.
Well, even from that perspective, I'm just saying that if there are any things like that relative to the design, it might be the color of the buildings, might be the type of rock that they're proposing to use that you'd like to see changed, rearranging units, adding parking, however that could be done. Those would be marching orders that we'd certainly welcome.
Go ahead, Commissioner Mendenhall.
Could that be something that could be accomplished over the next month? Or are we spinning our wheels?
For example, if you wanted to see the project designed with more than what right now I think is 41 additional off-street parking spaces, however that would end up coming about, however the project would need to be redesigned to make that work. If that caused the applicant to lose homes, those are the types of things that we as staff love to work on. That, in my mind, provides a way forward if those are things you'd like us to focus on. And certainly that's something we can accomplish in a matter of just a few weeks. At least we can make changes in a matter of a few weeks.
One thing I would be interested in, I don't know if it's an option, is I would love another meeting, and maybe an informal meeting where we have a chance to listen again to some more of the residents before, and if this gets continued. I'd love an opportunity to have maybe another neighborhood meeting, invite whoever, planning commission, city, that's done between the city and the neighborhood, not necessarily the developer. I don't think the developer needs to be there or should head it up, but an opportunity to see what are the thoughts of the residents, what would they be all right with? That way I could see, okay, it's what they're asking for is not reasonable, or it is reasonable. And it would help me as far as a decision in the future goes.
Me too. I totally agree, because there were things tonight that made sense to me that would make me want to approve this because of what the other options are. But I do think it's worth sitting down with the neighbors and really being able to see eye to eye and help them to understand and be heard.
Can I mention this just in terms of how that might work the best for you and the neighbors? What we're planning on right now for your June agenda is nothing like tonight's agenda with, I think it was 6 items altogether, a few different parts to some of those items. The agenda is probably going to be much lighter. I think maybe doing what we did tonight with Oak Ridge Cove, to where you take comments, for some period of time. That in my mind could be a way to accomplish what you're describing without having just some separate venue for that kind of discussion.
Well, and I'd be happy to hear emails like, an email that's like, okay, after all the discussion and all the statistics and everything we heard tonight, here's what we realistically think. Let's be realistic. This.
Yeah, is it appropriate to share our emails at this point with anybody that's still on that wants to email us directly and ask questions or give their comments? What are your thoughts there, Dave?
Well, as your staff, we're instructed by the people that teach us to try to have you guys avoid one-on-one ex parte type contact.
Okay.
So like we've been doing for the past several days, any comments that we get, we typically try to bundle those up so you're not getting them, dozens of them spread throughout a day. But they all get to you guys, and then we can make those all part of a public record, which is really appropriate. That's the best way to handle that type of discussion outside of a public meeting between an appointed body and any interested party. So for example, with the Rive Homes, the Planning Commission, our direction would be the same, that it's appropriate for them to have a discussion with you in the light of day during a public meeting, or in such a way that, that conversation can be shared with anybody at any point in time. So I don't want to overcomplicate things, but that's what we're told.
Simplifies.
For those that are still online, or for those that are watching, what's a good point of contact and email that they could send anything to as far as the city goes?
Yeah, I hope people have pen and paper ready. It's bsnyder@SpanishFork.org. I think that's where most of the correspondence in the last few days has been getting to, and Brandon's great at keeping track of things and keeping it organized and getting it sent on to you guys in a prompt way. Snyder's.
Sorry, Brandon.
It's helpful for me to get those all in one email from Brandon. You don't mix it up with other emails. You know that what he's sending you is something you need to look at, so you take the time to read through it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I like that as well.
And
Can I
just
ask a
know-
question?
Well, and neighbors know that we read most of us at least read every one of your emails. We really care about this situation. So
Yes, we did.
Someone had a question?
Yeah, I mean, how do I put it nicely? I just want to make sure that all the commissioners are getting all of the emails that we'll be sending. It sounds like it's going through the organization that has already put their stamp of approval on it. I just want to make sure that.
I can assure you, Joe, that we're getting what's sent. We got emails over the last 2 days. Obviously, 90% of those emails were against the development. So
Okay, great. Thank you. Hope it didn't sound rude.
No.
We also emails that we also were forwarded emails that you sent to the city council. So we've seen them.
And again, we should in some capacity be making all of that part of a public record, and we welcome anybody that maybe has a concern to take a look at that and to make sure that maybe among other things that we haven't missed something. So we'd be happy to talk that through with anybody anytime.
The other issue that could be helpful is that in another 2 to 3 weeks, we may be able to have a different type of meeting. With some spacing, some social spacing and stuff like that. So that could be helpful.
Yeah, good point. Any other comments?
How can we find out about any meetings that are being had, any community meetings?
I'm gonna jump in on that one. if you
Okay,
don't
go ahead.
mind. So the state has the public notice website. By law, we have to post our agendas on that website. You want to go there and subscribe to it. If you do, you'll get an email when I post the agenda. And if you look at the email and you feel you want more information, you can reach out to us. My contact information is on that agenda. Or you can go to Board Docs. You can access that through our city website and see any of the attachments and staff reports that we have with those agendas. That's the best way to stay informed.
Yes.
And I just add to that, we have a handful of people in the community development office here. Give us a call, send us an email, send Brandon an email. Me, I'm D. Anderson at SpanishFork.org. We'd be happy to keep people, up to speed on anything that might be happening. I'm hearing that there's likely not going to be a separate meeting outside of the June Planning Commission meeting. But if that changed, well, in fact, I'd say this: we invited a number of people to participate in the Development Review Committee meeting last week. If there was a meeting between now and the Planning Commission meeting, I think, Kim, we'd likely use that list of emails as, kind of the basis for getting the word out on that. But please always feel comfortable. Just give us a call and we can tell you if anything's changed.
And I'll add our 3 email addresses to the chat box so that people can have those.
Perfect. All right, any additional comments? If not, then I would propose, or anyone want to make a motion?
Let's punt.
The official motion?
Well, it could be. I'll make the motion that we delay any decision on our proposal to the city council on both the zone change and the preliminary plat approval for Del Monte Townhomes until our next meeting.
Thank you. I've got a motion by Commissioner Mendenhall. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
And I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? All right, so that motion passes and that item is continued for our next meeting.
I only did that because I didn't want to be in this meeting until midnight. Now, Dave, don't make us liars.
Well, that the Planning Commission's pay quadruples when you go past midnight.
Hey, I
So-
got 10 minutes. I got 10 minutes.
Yeah, well, 4 times 0 is still 0, right? So.
You got that right. All right.
Everyone, thank you, gentlemen, Shauna. Let me thank Kimberly Brenneman as well. She gets to take minutes for the meeting, so that is gotta be the worst job in the world to keep track of now 6 hours of discussion like this, but we sure appreciate you guys as commissioners and all you do. Thank you.
You
And I know that these meetings are gonna be hard over GoToMeeting. And you really come across, from my perspective, quite well. I feel like everybody's able to get their point across and you can have an understanding what the community's concerns are, and then the presentations, they come a lot better than I ever expected they would.
Been good. Really.
It's good, but I will look forward to when we can meet in person.
Yes.
Does anyone want to make a motion to adjourn the meeting officially?
Oh, I make a motion that we adjourn the meeting.
Yay.
All right. Meeting adjourned.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Have a good night. Thank you.